Oh hey, I'm back. You thought you were rid of me, but I'm back. Yeah, I've been gone for a few days. Doing I don't know. Did I say a few days? I don't know how long, but definitely trying to catch up on my sleeping schedule. Correct that. Re-up on foods. Build that shelf that I got the wrong size the other day. Wrong size or not, I decided to keep it. So I'm using it out in the common area there. Common area. Common area. I should put this light into a better mode for the camera. Or get a better camera one of these days. This one's alright, but handling mode seems to be nice. There we go. That's better. Alright. Why am I here? Well, as you can see, I'm printing out uh, this stuff so that I have it. Uh, I've been contemplating my test rig. I don't know exactly how I'm going to put it together, but I basically want to have, I want to get some cheap steppers. I don't necessarily have to use NEMA 17 stepper motors for my test rig, but I need the type, they need to be 200 step motors, 1.8 degree steppers would be best, maybe even zero point 0.9. 12 or 24 volt doesn't really matter that much for the kinds of things I'll be testing, but they have to be able to, give the kind of feedback that, say, a Trinamic stepper driver expects. So maybe NEMA 17 is the best choice, but I bet some smaller stepper motors probably would still work with those if you grab them and cause them to give feedback. You can tune them. I'm sure you can tune them for motors as long as they're 12 volt or whatever. I've seen I actually have a motor that's fairly small, nice little stepper, but clearly not, NEMA 17. But anything like that'll do. So yeah, I was researching that the other day. And if you were here the other day, I was also looking at, you know, like trying to find one that was PDF or SVG would be nice. And then I was also contemplating what to do with my i3 because I want to have a light carriage. That's cool. With one nozzle, simple. I was looking at Bowden and then non-Bowden, and actually have I'm usually doing this, so run off and get it. I mean, run and get it. Yeah, I actually have a Titan, an extra Titan that I managed to find. It just doesn't fit the nozzles, so I have to use it as a Bowden. So let me show you. Check it out. I mean, I could make an adapter, I suppose, but that would put the nozzle really low. So I like it better this way. Bowden will be fine. It'll make it much lighter, and then we'll see how much this thing can fly. But yeah, hold on. Let me check. It's time for me to get a wireless microphone, I'm telling you. Okay. So, yeah, so of course your old school E3D V5 or 6 similar, this particular one has this square block on it. So you can see, I just pulled it out because it has the wiring already in it, but which could work. It's fine, but the bigger blocker is probably better these days, I'm not sure. Hold its temperature more steadily, and then check the ads. And then that's pretty firmly in there. But yeah, I ended up using the Bowden adapter that comes with the Titan. And then this particular adapter that it's all stuck into is actually my design. Oh, oh. And it's got the BL Touch holder in it and everything. It's got, but this is kind of meant to hold it onto a Prusa carriage, which I've set up with mine with an extra hole at the top. One of the designs. You can find it on Thingiverse under my account, of course, Thingyhead. But it also has these two down here, and I didn't think these were strong enough, so if I'm going to probably redo this with more strength here. These are just meant to be thin, so they're out of the way. But they're cool. I like them. But you know, it's a full Titan. You know, so you get your basic, all the advantages of a Titan or whatever, small weight. But yeah, I could have this on the carriage and have it, you know, running a nozzle if I just had the right size, which I may get anyway, just so I can try it. Because direct drive can be good, but it'll be great. I could have this set up so I can just have the same mount that I would use on the front, and maybe I could make a clip-on or something, so I can just like pull it out. Your Bowden, okay, now you're direct drive, and just slap it out and slap it in, and you can see that the mounting I made is really minimal. All it really is just a little box to hold everything and space the motor out like it's supposed to be. Forget the exact amount of millimeters and everything, but it works out great. I really love the compactness of this. It's probably about as compact as you can get with, you know, these kinds of components. So it worked out well. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to trying it out. But yeah, initially Bowden for sure. Get that going. But yeah, that's going to be fun. So my i3, I will premiere. I was hoping to premiere it for this past weekend because they were doing all kinds of stuff around the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation, and yeah, and Prusa was doing his classic i3s and stuff, and I was like, oh, that seems like fun. I want to get in on that. And I was already starting on my i3, so I was like, oh, if I could get it in time. But yeah, I see there's a nice. If you look over here, this particular one I kind of like. Let me see if I can zoom up on it. Hello, zoom. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I like the side, how the fan is. I actually already have well, you can see I already have this fan mount on it, so I have to get a tiny, what is it, 20, 30, 25? I don't know, small fan. They're good, but they can be kind of obnoxious. They make a lot of they make a loud buzzing sound. So I don't know. I might go for something. I might just use the other fan mount that I have, which you might have seen. Again, that's another thing you can look at on Thingiverse. Under my account, I also have stuff on Prusa, which I don't know if I put everything on Prusa printers yet, or it's actually got a new name. I know I put some of my stuff on Fangs as well, and also over at Imagine. I want to say Imagine. Gosh, I haven't used it in so long. Let me look. Is it under here? 3D modeling, Tinkercad, no. Slicers, essentials, is Thingiverse there? I was gonna go things, Umagine. Sorry, there it is. Yeah. So I have a Umagine, Instructables. I didn't do anything there. Yegi, not really. But I don't know why I don't have my Prusa link there yet. Maybe it's down here. Prusa printers. Yeah, I'll get all that together. But I need to collate all my links and stuff. I don't even know half of what I'm doing. It's like, should I visit, you know, Instagram every day or just on Tuesday? I don't know. Anyway, this is all very impromptu, so I don't expect anybody to be tuning in now, but thought I'd drop this little nugget because this is really cool. I'm really enjoying getting back to actually physically doing things. I'm sort of been just really trying to sort out this space in every way because it really hasn't had organization, and I don't know where anything goes. Or when I go to look for stuff, I'm like, where did I put that? So I'm really trying to get organized. I've never really had this many categories of things to deal with in my existence. So it's kind of wild. So okay, get this all together. So what I'm going to do is actually put this away, try not to look at it tonight as much as I want to. This is really fun, but I want to look at all the pull requests that are especially the bug fixes for Marlin 2 that are out, because you know, clearly every time you do a release, there's going to be a slew of new bug reports because that's when everybody, you know, notices. And you know, of course, that's when I notice all my misspellings and stuff. As soon as I hit send, it's like, oops, oh yeah, there it is. So you know how it is. So I'm going to get into that and just catch up on things because I really ought to. But gosh, that toy rep printer, look at that thing. Jeez. Anyway, I should be pointing this way for you guys. Look at that toy rep printer. But yeah, so what I'll do is put all this away. This way. Be good. The other thing I was doing was trying to refactor or rebase the code for the CRSE, the BQ B1 SE Plus, because I tried to flash it and it wouldn't work. And I don't know if I had the same issue with the BX, or maybe it was the BX that I was trying recently. And I was having trouble getting it to like keep its, yeah, it was the BX. I flashed the BX and I haven't tried the B1 SE Plus yet. Or have I? I think I've done both and neither of them really worked. So I'm like, I gotta get my firmware working so that it actually runs. Like that's an important, you know, maybe as a first thing, you know, actually have it run, maybe. So I don't know what's going on with that, but you know, I flashed the original firmware back on there, which you know, definitely save it in a backup folder always, and I always put it on the same card that came with the machine in the full folder. And then I try to back up all my cards and give each one a name, so that when I put them in, I recognize them. But I don't have like a card cataloging thing. I guess there's Google Backup, or one of these programs will actually automatically back up your SD cards and things for you. So I may set that up. But I kind of avoided using it just because, I don't know, something about Google, it's like another place I have to go for files, and I'm already dealing with iCloud. iCloud is nice, spreads my desktop and documents folders around, but you don't want to put anything that has Git stuff in it in any of those because it'll totally mess you up. So unless you really intend to, I mean, I suppose if you really mean to have Git stuff that shows up on one machine while you're working on the other one, and then when you go back to the other one, like it actually synchronizes to where you were in every way, that would be kind of neat. But I don't know, I just feel like it would interfere with Git in some mean ways. You'd have to be very conscientious about syncing before you started working on anything. Every time you went back to another machine, and then make sure you sync on the machine that you're working on before it, so that things get synced up to the, I think generally speaking they get synced up to the cloud, but getting them onto the machine down isn't always, you know, I don't know that you always get the latest copies automatically. You'll have to check into that, but that'd be something to evaluate for a video on, you know, just how to deal with working on multiple machines. I mean, in my case, it's really just I want to be able to go out on the laptop once in a while and work on that, sit on the couch, and then come back to the desktop and work on the desktop. And one way to deal with that is, you know, a NAS, something like that, or some kind of cloud-enabled storage. But again, when you're working with Git or anything like that, CVS, SVN, you name it, you really don't want to mix that with your cloud synchronizing unless you do. So yeah, there's ways, maybe there's ways that it can get it to be reliable. So I'd be kind of interested to check that out, because I definitely want to work more on across different machines. I mean, obviously, if you just simply synchronize your stuff up to GitHub, it'll be there. But the thing is, you don't always, that's the thing, is I don't always know. Like I keep a branch that I'm working on, that maybe be the PR slash whatever. I go to another machine, I'm working on it, and I'm like, oh, which one did I pull down and push more recently? Was there something I had on this that I just, and I always wonder, you know, did I have something on this that I forgot to push that I might have been unfinished with? So, you know, it's like you have to really keep that, I don't know, figure some way to be able to always know. One way to, of course, deal with it is just always work on one machine. That'd be the best way, but it isn't always the most fun way to do things. So I'm noticing the i3 rework and the J-head compact extruder here are almost the same. I guess it's the same guy. Yeah, I guess they are. Neat. So yeah, not quite what I would use. I think I tried that one. But yeah, this one's neat. But yeah, I got a couple of mounts, and I'll try them out and see how this all works. put them in my collection. But yeah, I was looking at these. Add a BL Touch mount on there, which it might already have. What's these spaced holes on the side look like they're meant for BL Touch, but maybe they're just meant to as bearing holders for the front and back of the carriage. Well, anyway, this is sort of a Bowden. You can see Prusa i3 Bowden mounts, and it has different ones. And the final look is this, you know. So I don't know how mine will look when I do it, because the Bowden-y bit won't necessarily need to stick out the top. I don't want to, and the way my fan shroud could stick out the front though. I have these M5 bolts already sort of set up, so I'm like, maybe I'll go with the design that I had. And again, I kind of don't like these that where you put the screws in and that's meant to hold the thing in place. Like, really? That's supposed to hold your pot end in place with the two screws? I suppose if it's meant to hold it up, but not necessarily horizontally. But yeah, I would worry about it wiggling. But I could check that, you know. I've never tried one. Supposedly they work, I guess. But yeah, see how these screws stick out? That's actually kind of ideal for me because I need something that comes out the front, because I've got these long screws and then I put the nuts on the front instead of on the back, which is a little different, but that's how I chose to do my particular design. And so yeah, there's a front piece that then gets screwed on the front. And this is where this would mount on the top of the machine. Somewhere, let's see, I guess they show that here. Yeah, here it is actually mounted on the top. So that's pretty nice. It ends up replacing the Z-rod holder, maybe, or maybe it just goes over there. But the way it sticks out is like, of course this is not obviously perfectly ideal for my Titan-based thing. But if I decide to use my Wade, which is here, I reweighted around like it used to have. I think here it is. Yeah, it has a. You can see it's got a pancake motor on it. So now I switched the. It's much more skinny, so you can actually have it be. This could be the back with with the gear not showing in the front. But I kind of like. Feel like it's such a waste if it doesn't have the gear showing in the front, But I could, and also like it does stick out a little further if it were that way, so you'd have a little more lever. It's like the closer it is in to the carriage, the better. So I would consider sawing this bolt down to the minimum, and then fixing up the carriage in such a way that there's a hole here, so there's and then hopefully the belt doesn't run into it or anything. Figure out some way to get it to fit in there, and then yeah, mount that, and then if I've got a long nozzle, of course, the way to do it, I have to try to mount it higher. But if you're using a metal, the M8 rods or whatever, you're going to get a little deflection possibly. So I really worry about that more these days than I ever did. But just because I see the effect of deflection so much on the quality of things, just a little deflection can lead to so much issue. And if there's vibration on top of that, like it can turn into a real mess. So yeah, I want to make this machine a little more constrained, and I don't know, it's better in a lot of ways. And I haven't debuted the whole frame and everything because it's still not fully together. And the Z wiring is like borrowed from another machine. It's kind of too long, but whatever. As long as the links are the same and it's within reason, it'll be fine. I'm just gonna bring them in the middle and sort of zip tie them together and have them be sort of out of the way so that you don't see them. I'll know they're long, but no one will have to see them. And then I'll try and do some neatening up of the whole machine to make it prettier. But yeah, overall, it's going to look old school, very old school. And, it is an MDF. Whoa, what was that? Hello. That's strange. I think that's just Safari doing that, or... Ooh, that's very peculiar. I don't know what to make of that. But maybe JavaScript changed and we didn't see it. Add messed with the page code, and I don't know. Let's quit Safari, which I rarely do. Oh, Hey Mufat, what's going on? He's here. Cool. My faithful viewer. It's good to see you. I am messing around in stupid ways right now. With what? I don't know. I made a screensaver out of this demo. This obviously is not my own Starfield code. I borrowed it from somebody. The one thing I would like it to do is like follow the mouse, so you actually turn and stuff. And then I'll turn it into Star Raiders. Woo! People have tried to make remakes of Star Raiders, and they always look too good, or too bad, or not quite right. It has to have that really lo-fi feel, I think. If there's ever going to be a Star Raiders remake. But anyway, so yeah, let's see what else is going on. Yeah, so this will be fun to play with a bit more. I'm kind of like, I haven't settled, and that's why I'm sort of, I'm happy to have a few machines that do work well, but I would love to get this one up and running. The one thing I know is the bed has chattery six, what do you call them? The LL bearings, 608 style LL bearings. I want to say 608 LL, but they're not. That's not the name of them, is it? Well, anyway, it's the those type. Um, it's been so long that I've used them. I think it's LM8UU is what they used to be called, or maybe they still are. So yeah, they're bearings. But I also have a couple of bushings, and I put the bushings on X, and X is lovely, nice and quiet. Um, I could stand having bearings on there just because they have a little bit of cushion in them, and so it forgives. It's a little more forgiving of the rods not being exactly perfectly parallel or whatever. But I mean, I hope they are. They're as close as I can get. But the bushings give some indication of when they're parallel or not, and so I figure like I'll hit it with a heat gun while it's running and move it around, and everything will will start to align better. We'll see. I don't want to go too far with that, but it'd be cool to soften it up maybe a little bit and try that out. But this thing I'm going to end up printing in PETG likely, um, and yeah, that'll be fun to get that up and running and working. But yeah, the chatter. So it's kind of cool to put the Delrin bushings on the y-axis as well, because right now it is a little bit. You can hear a little bit of whooshing sound as it moves over the rods, and it's like whoosh whoosh, and I'm like, I have some wheels from I don't know exactly where they're from. But I have a few of them, and I felt that, and they're made of Delrin as well. And I was messing with them, like pushing them against the M8 rods, and I was like, if I get the y-axis set up with a new bed that has like things to hold these in place between the M8 rods, then I could easily, you know, um, install the bed um, with these wheels, and it would be really quiet. I mean, it'd be completely silent pretty much, because there's no sound of rolling with these wheels on the rods, as far as I could notice. But it'd be worth a try, whatever. But same idea as we have now, except they use wheels that are rolling on extrusions. There'd just be wheels rolling on the rods, and then it would depend on how straight the rods are as well. But they're pretty good rods. They're decent. The M8 again, which is pushing pushing things as far as rods that are bendable and tend to get bendy. M10 is what they ended up switching to at some point, and that makes more sense because they tend to be much straighter. They can be milled straight, and if nothing else, just mill it. So yeah, I was looking at the Wade Bowden adapter, just straight up, put that on my old Wade, and just make it into a Bowden that way, and that would work just fine. Then again, I would just need the mount. So it just comes down to, but either way, I'm still going to need the E3D V6 Bowden mount, and that looks really good. Clean, has the screws coming through the back like I like, or it could conceivably. It's very similar to what I have, so I'm going to collect it and put it in my collection, or at least leave it here on this page. I think I have this in a tab somewhere. No? Oh, let's add it. Let's see, is it work? BQBX boards, Pico Beam, Prusa, work, Wacom, work configures. I have too many things going on. Laser stuff, Marlin stuff. I mean, this is the page I'm going to open up shortly. And let's actually sit down. My toes don't hurt. And get to work on that. I gotta get myself some beverage too, so that we can sit down for a while. And I'll print out this wiring diagram for myself eventually. But yeah, the idea here is I want to do some, I want to get the test rig built in such a way that I can easily, very quickly connect everything I need and also have test points for all the motors very easily, things like that. And so, very, straightforward. I have 4 stepper motors sitting over here. I can easily go for, I kind of wanted to have XX, YY, ZZ, EE. 8 motors. That's why I was thinking smaller, non-NEMA 17s, because they're pricey. But I guess you can get 8 motors for like $100, so it'd be worth it to get this test rig finally built out. But I can certainly do it as, XYZ, and there's a lot of things I can test with no motors whatsoever, of course. But I also have a nozzle, a spare one, my old one, which I'm going to actually sacrifice for this and use as a sacrificial thing. And I also have a spare bed, so I can use both of those for just sacrificial testing of whatever. Have a bed that's mounted on this thing. So I guess what I'm going to go for is a piece of typical pegboard, and just zip tie everything to the pegboard, make standoffs for the bed so that it doesn't burn anything, obviously, and standoffs and all that kind of stuff, and make all the wires carefully, constrained in such a way that you won't pull them out. I've been using my crimpers, so I've got good ferrules on things. So yeah, I think I can get all that together. I just have to pull all the pieces together as again with my printer project. It's been a while since I've had this physical interaction project stuff. It's really fun. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. As far as this mount, I kind of like that it has a place to put your LEDs. Like if I want to add that, it would be really cool as a nice addition. I still have this carriage, but with a third hole again up here on the top. So I would want to raise mine up, but it looks like this is actually raised up pretty high. So that actually works out pretty well. Because, yeah, as long as the nozzle is like not too far below the bottom of the X carriage piece. Which I just like this carriage design. It's like I hate to replace it with something that's like sandwiched, even though with like 4 bearings, just because this one is like, this was meant to be economical. You only need 3 bearings, or bushings or whatever, so you're good. But yeah, one less bushing, and I miss having the M5 rods. I gotta say, I still do. And I was also concerned about going back to this picture. Notice with the tension with the belt, like I was concerned about having not a tensioner for the x-axis, but I'm realizing that I can just go back to my old ways and just stick a spring tensioner onto the belt, or use the rod-based tensioner which I designed. It'll be fine. You can see that in my designs if you want. But yeah, that's I don't know why this thing doesn't remember me. Maybe I have to click that remember me first. But yeah, go to my designs, my terrible designs. Let's see, and one of them is this X-Rod thing. Yeah, so I have this, which I was thinking of using for my X tensioner, except I'm going to use a different material, in this case PETG, because I think that'll work out well. The issue with my X-axis right now is that it has a hole in it, but it's kind of far back. It's not reachable when you're, when the machine is together. You can't put it. So I think I'm going to be printing me more of these. And you can see I made them in various ways so that they were printable and with a flange and stuff. Like you can see, this is printable, has a flange, manages to fit in the space. But you can see it is very, like, because the layers are this way, and you're pulling things this way, if the layers split, like, this is the weak point right here. Like, if this is where it's going to split, it's going to be right there. And so that's what I experienced, actually, is when I did make some of these, they ended up splitting right there. So one thing I would do is add strength to it to prevent that. Like maybe make some ribs here or something along those lines, and or use a material like PETG, which is much less likely to do that. Even hips might work better, but I'm going to try and just stick with PETG because it's a little more compatible when you go to push through the same nozzle PLA later. It doesn't gunk things up quite as much as some materials might. And I might make a machine here that's dedicated to like nylon or whatever, and just since I have a few, and I can play with some more materials. But for the time being, this will actually work really well. This will be fine. This is just what I need to kind of get it working, get it going, and I can continue to refine later. Once it's working, that'll be the good thing. I'm just tired of not having it working at the moment. I really just wanted to make it more silent and more light and more quiet overall, and just also more reliable, because it was not very reliable. And you can see this Bowden holder here, that it makes the nozzle much lower, so that's why I'm probably not going to use this one. Probably not. Although, well, I don't know. It actually kind of puts it up high, doesn't it? I don't know what's up with the carriage on this one. It's using a slightly different, it's like T-shaped carriage, but yeah, I guess it puts it up high enough. So, but I don't know. I still want to kind of go a little higher if I can. But overall, yeah, like the fan mount is fine, and I kind of am limited. I kind of want to reuse the fans I have, and I don't have the tiny fan. So again, that's the one fan I do have is big, so I'm actually gonna have it blow on both the print and on the heatsink both at the same time. And that actually, I've tried it out the other day just to make sure, because I never really gave it a big, huge try, but it really does work. It blows air equally, at least to a reasonable extent what you want out. It doesn't do it from both sides, and it doesn't make it around the nozzle, but things could be tweaked, for later revisions. But I did conscientiously make it in such a way that it should, like, get the air right on to where it needs to be. So that's the important thing. This one's kind of cool. Okay. Yeah. I like that they're using a shiny bed. I like those shiny, reflective anything. I was using a mirror covered in Kapton for a while. That was fun. I like that style. It looked more space age, there's the pixel matrix stuff. So yeah, again, I'm not using this exact design whatsoever. I decided to use an encoder with a push in and 2 buttons. So maybe I think 2 buttons. I don't necessarily need 3, but and in that case, it makes sense to have the buttons close together instead of like 2 buttons and a knob in the middle. So I want to and also it makes more sense to have them on the side, since you want to, if you're going to pick the thing up and do stuff with the buttons, it's obnoxious to have them on the top. So again, I don't know if I'm obviously not going to make a handheld thing out of it. I just think it's better to make it, I don't know, whatever it needs to be. But that's the overall right there. You can obviously print one on i3 or that size printer. This printer's neat. I like this one. Very cool. So yeah, the only part I was missing was the outer box, and the original poster here on Thingiverse forgot to post the STL version of the box, but then they finally did. I don't know if it was this one. It was one of them. Maybe this one. Because I printed all the other bits and the inner part and stuff, and it turns out, I don't know, that's not going to actually work out so well. And he doesn't show, like, I'm going to use a Uno, or not an Uno, a Nano. he's using, oh, maybe he does have the pictures. Yeah, here we go. This is the parts. We've looked at this before here in my stream, but not lately. Not in the last several hours. So yeah, you can see here he's got a slightly bigger board in the middle there. It's not nano, and is pretty much just decided to tape everything to the back of the board. Although the inner structure is used for some things. Like I guess the board is basically hot glued onto the middle bit there, which we can look at the middle piece again and see what that looks like. I'd like to see them side by side, please. Because yeah, it's hard to correlate the inner piece with everything once it's all in place like that, you know. Oh, Thingiverse. Could improve your interface slightly. Not bad, but could be better. I would like to see this go a page at a time instead of one thing at a time. So yeah, there it is, and I guess that was the middle bit, and yeah, I guess what we were seeing was something like this orientation, in which the buttons were on the right in that little groove. The electronics were here on, sort of stuck on top of this crossbar here. And then all the things were sort of stuck around the edges in different ways. And so this piece is just kind of like, you know, is here for that purpose. And I see there's a little structure on the left, bottom left, and bottom here. But all this upper right area, shape of a 7, or whatever, this whole area here is pretty well empty. So, okay. 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 Well, let's take a look at that one more time then. So yeah, this stuff is used to hold that, I guess. So yeah, overall, I'm just trying to decide where to put my own holes and then print out the thing that I decide to print out. Maybe based on this exact design, maybe not. Making it square is cool. The one thing I'm definitely going to do differently is, well, at the moment I don't have glass, so I was just going to take paper, put another plastic matrix over some paper, because that actually works pretty well. You don't need any glass for this whatsoever, honestly. You could just use a piece of like vellum too, like a piece of like that heavy paper that's used for drafting. Not called, sometimes it's called vellum, I think, but yeah, in typical style. It's really good stuff. There's another name for it too. I want to say masonite. Is that right? But yeah, but really good stuff. You can just get any, or anything that's, you know, frosted glass is can sometimes make things a little too fuzzy. But you know, you experiment. I found that just ordinary typing paper was with no watermark, and it was great. So we'll see how it comes out. This was another alternative, the Smart Matrix, Pixel Matrix. And again, they show the same idea. Everything is just sort of glued to the back. The one thing I'm thinking of is like with mine is like I noticed that when I'm doing more computing, like it gets dimmer and then suddenly the thing reboots. So it's clearly sucking too much voltage or something for the 5 volts. So what I was thinking was stick a capacitor in there. Would that be enough, you know? Because it's doing various frames, so it's like some of the frames are going to be going to require less energy, some will require more. So as long as they sort of average out and I have a big enough capacitor in there, it should work okay. It's just that it'll take a little while to charge up in the beginning. So I should do something like light up the whole matrix in the beginning just to charge the capacitor. I don't know, just to get it mad. But yeah, in the beginning I put an arrow to point in the upward direction. That's one of the things that it starts up in now. But yeah, this would be kind of cool, something along these lines. But I like also the idea of a wooden frame, but I haven't found anything yet. But go over, look around at the local place or whatever. This is kind of neat because it has the insert instead. You can see that it's just very basic. Boom. Well, this one is 32 by 32, so obviously not for me. But I like the general idea. I might steal steal the general gist with the post sticking out and everything. At least that helps it align. I should definitely do that. Keep things that help it align. Also, things that help it stay straight, because this last matrix just warped like crazy from the heat or something. Just sitting around waiting to be used, getting moved or whatever. We have a lot of warm days, so oh yeah, this tensioner. I got to figure out which one I'll print. Maybe just the basic one, but one that is definitely thicker at the ends here. The thing is, once it's pushed through, like this is cool because it can pinch, so you could push it through, and then it could have the thicker part could come out the other side. And whoop. So it could actually be thicker on the outside as well. So that's a possibility. And maybe for if I have longer screws, it'll help. We'll see. It's all based around M4 and of course M3 for the actual tensioner itself. So I don't know, I'm kind of favoring this one rather than using a spring tensioner, because here it is, right? Very basic. And you can see why it would split, especially this one. Piece of crap. But, you know, well printed and with the right material, something like PETG especially seems super resilient. And then again, well reinforced on the inside of those holes there. So I'll put an extra lip in there and do some other tricks. But yeah, once it's in there, I found it worked great for a long time. And all you needed was the bearing. You didn't even need flanges or anything. But if you do print a flange, the one thing you got to worry about is the belt is going to be rubbing on that flange all the time. So it's like, that's why I made the flanges kind of flare outward. And you'll see that on other flanged bearings and flanges and stuff. And look, I even kept a video. Oop. Neato. So that's how this machine looked before. The power supply will remain, except I'm putting a proper 3-prong plug on it. Because, yeah, it's been ungrounded. I've been printing ungrounded. Is that bad? So yeah, that was pretty cool. Right? Belt tensioners, baby. So yeah, that's that. Oh, look, it's Thingiverse is doing the thing again that it does. Let's try this. New tab. Oh. Must be something in the cache. Funky. What if I zoom in on it? No. No. I don't know. Could be something. Could be a thing. Well, anyway, I'm going to save these tabs. New tab group, and we're going to go with, hopefully, will actually let me finish typing before it jumps out of the field. Work. Milli i3. Oh, 3. It's called Milli. Get it? Other people have called their printers Milli. I found out that I was first. And we'll just put it here. And yeah, you can see I was working on the BQBX, trying to fix it. And yeah, so anyway, you get my beverage, come back, get some code here. That's what you came for. That's what everybody comes for. You come for the code, stay for the jokes. All right, I'll be right back. telling you, folks. I definitely favor the wireless microphone idea more and more. It's like every time I destroyed one of my lapel mics early on in my fabulous career, and it was actually a really good one. I didn't, I wasn't sure what you pay for a lapel mic or a lavalier mic or whatever. I just got one for like $20. Figuring that was a good middle of the road because there were cheaper ones, and I was like, yeah, it was great. And then of course, I was wandering around and decided to take a walk with my cord still on. Ended up stepping on the cord, and pulling it apart, and messing it up and breaking it. I was like, now I got to replace it. So I decided to buy two cheaper ones, and or at least one cheaper one, I think, and I ended up accidentally ordering two somehow. But they're fine. This is the one I'm using. It's a $10 lavalier lapel microphone. A Pop Voice is the brand. It was fine. It's fine. It's not great. When I stop talking, it gets a little noisy, but I've got a little clipping on here, and it's fine. Or a filter to make only have it come on when I'm talking. Here we go. Let's try reducing the light in here a little bit. Try putting on some festive colored lights. Improve the mood in here. Let's see what we can do about these. They do tend to take over the ambience, don't they? Yeah, it's hard to know how to work with light in these situations, huh? Yeah, I turned off one side light, the other side light, and I'm mellowing it out in here. Let's pretend I'm doing the DJ thing. I'm gonna be mixing it up. Spin some discs tonight, but it's gonna be discs of code, and it's going to be mostly me whining and complaining. I won't. I'll try not to do that. I hate when I do that. I look at code and I'm like, why is it like this? Well, that's just my initial reaction. Obviously, I appreciate everyone's contributions, and I make more mistakes than probably anybody as far as putting things, because I'm constantly making changes, right? So that's my excuse. All right, so for now, let's see what's going on with these. Yeah, I was messing with the BQB1 SE Plus, and I was having issues with it. And I don't know where we're at right now with this. Firmware files people are looking for. There's a compressed package and a link to compile. Yeah, I think I grabbed that actually. So we've been through that. Let's just run straight to where we were before. So let's get our Twitter stuff way down here. Woo! Welcome to my channel. How you all doing tonight? I'd like to remind you that I have a Patreon, and there are other great options for donation if you want to support Marlin. Firmware development. My role and what you're supporting is for me to be able to do this day in, day out, dealing with these pull requests and making sure that they get reviewed, brought in, and then merged in for the next version. In essence, the stuff that any open source developer does. I'm managing this project essentially, as well as I can manage anything. So yeah. So welcome to my little channel. It's 10:15 p.m. on a Friday night, and this is the time when I decide, okay, you know what? I've been lazy enough this week. It's time to go and have a look and see what I need to catch up on. But to be fair, I really wanted to make sure I got this. There's a few issues that we want to work out, and I should have revisited a couple of them and gone through more discussion. to get them worked out better throughout the last few days. But what I kind of wanted to do is just sit aside and wait and see what came in. So we've got 16 hours, 2 days, 4 days. So really between 4 days ago and 2 days ago, only one thing came in. So yeah, a good vacation. There wasn't much for me to attend to, but they're going to be, the other thing that we'll see will be the issues and the bug reports, which I'll follow up on shortly. So let's take a look at what needs to be fixed. First of all, there's a stutter when drawing arcs. I've heard about this, and I know what I think it has to do with basically just the angle is like considered too steep or whatever, and so it keeps going stop, start, or something along those lines. But let's ask Tom. He knows. Tom is pretty cool. Tom Brazier, that's the name on GitHub, is great. Does good stuff and super thorough. Look at this. He's totally explained it. So let's find out what's going on. Let's see what's going on. This will be great if this is fixed because I can get it into the next update, which is going to be maybe in the next couple days because I want to put a new tag on this thing on Marlin 209, and because there have been a bunch of patches that have been pushed up to the head of each of the branches of the release branches. So that's kind of my approach now is like bug fix is now like a little more cutting edge. Like some things won't be pushed necessarily from bug fix for a while, but anything that's definite fix, patch, oops, you know, total fix gets pushed to the head of the release branches, even though it's not tagged with a version yet. So if you download the version, you're getting something that might have bugs, as you know. If you wait a couple of versions, like, you know, 209, like if you notice there's been several months, if you look at versions that are spaced closer together, get the ones that are spaced, like the one that came after, like a week after, get that one for sure. If one comes 2 weeks after that, grab that one. You know, this one's going to be about 2 weeks since the previous release. So what we have here is 22599 rework arc handling with which came from me. Yeah, there was a lot of more discussion. We were constantly going back and forth on this arc stuff, where the arc code can create a general file up to twice as long as max arc segment. However, the change introduced the possibility of the file arc segment to be shorter than min arc segment millimeters, naturally. So what I'd hoped to do actually was to do something. My approach would be to simply whatever increase the number of arcs or whatever decrease the number of arcs, and then just divide them evenly again, or you know, segments, and then just divide them evenly until you get something that's fairly, you know, well, you always want just divide them evenly, essentially. Find out how many arc segments you need for, you know, given blah blah, you know, number of segments, and then just go up by 1 and divide by that number instead, and you'll get something that is somewhere between min and max. Anyway, I don't want to. I just like to kind of like guess what the surprise is going to be before it's revealed. So let's see what we get. For very short final segments, the junction deviation code can introduce stutters. So yeah, we've heard about that. That actually is caused by like an overflow, basically, because you're doing a reciprocal, and if you're not careful with reciprocals, something very close to 0 will end up very close to infinity. So you don't want that. So using arcs with junction deviations sometimes causes stutters. 17342, way back when, March 2020, described a similar problem with short slicer-generated arc segments, which may have the same underlying cause. I think probably that's true. This uses the suggestion to use to replace floor with seal, but it only does so when the segment is longer than max arc segment. The other two cases where it's less than min, or between min and max, the number of segments is calculated as before. This will give us one between min and max. Hey, I guessed right. Pretty much the general idea. except for the pathological case where no possible value for segments, which generates segment length. So in other words, yeah, the arc itself would be really short, which you could have. It would generally ignore like moves that are really small, like way shorter than they should be. I'm not sure what you do with something like this. I mean, it would just be a single segment. I would just turn it into a line at that point. Like if it's less than mid arc, we just shove it off to the G1 code instead. Yeah. So I don't know, but you know, we certainly don't have to go through a loop and do all that stuff. It's just a waste of time. The change also saves several floating point multiplications and a division around the variable proportion, improving arc performance. Sweet. Also takes the opportunity to not calculate arc parameters if there's only one segment, which is, you know, you might get in the pathological weird case. And it might avoid that case, actually. We'll see. So this is great. Then there's junction deviation stutter. The junction deviation code bases its calculation on distance and stepper space. Okay? Stepper space is your number of steps, basically. So distances along each axis are affected by aliasing. Okay, so you know what aliasing is all about, right? So yeah, the code calculates a larger theta angle between two segments than really exists. Makes sense. You know, I don't know what you end up with, but you know, it could end up being 90 degrees off. That would suck. Since the segment is short, handle small segments comes into play, and the combination of a large angle with small segment length causes Mono to think a very small circle is being described, so the cornering speed is limited accordingly. Here's my logic to support the claim that segment length will always be in range if that is possible. The code in question is, boom, this. Segments equals, if it's greater than that, take ceil. Less than that, less than the min, take the max. Between 1 and floor of flat millimeter and min arc segment millimeter. And nominal segments. No, I'm not sure what segments ends up being. No, this is number of segments. So one is fine almost always if you're talking about it's really short, go for 1. So either give me flat millimeters divided by min arc segment millimeter. Interesting. I see. So either you're going to get the number of segments is going to be the floor of that. Interesting. So yeah, that makes sense. Or 1. So yeah, take 1. Nothing. Or yeah, so it's greater than 1, then you're good. If it's 2, yeah, 2, you're good. Nominal segments. That's beautiful. Okay, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Tom Brazier. I want to say Brazier because it rhymes with Frazier. Anyway, makes me want to go out and put briquettes in my brazier. Depending on which of the 3 cases above holds, the segment length will be one of the longest possible, shortest possible. Yep, length known between. Case 3 is trivial, and I see. In pathological case, such n does not exist. Divided by m is greater than m max arc segment millimeters, etc. If we substitute the default values of 0.1 and 1.0, then, for example, which we get m less than 1 over 9, only non-negative is 0, so boom, the arc length segments we set to 1. This is so thorough. I appreciate that. Holy crap. So yeah, this is one of the best pull requests I've ever seen, honestly. I'm going to go with yes. Sound. Thorough. Let's go with thorough. Thorough. Sound and thorough. Uh, I kind of felt it coming, but I don't want to get into that. Anyway, yeah, it's not thorough and makes excellent sense. There had to be something with tiny segments screwing up our otherwise perfect calculations. I'll do a quick sweep of the code to see if it uh, fits the description and merge it. Soon. Boom. Comment. Boop. So let's take a peek at the code. That's why we're here. So yeah, 21x good. So yeah, as you can see, it is start with give me flat millimeters divided by nominal segments. Nominal segments, by the way, is the minimum segments, so you want to make sure you get no more than that. So either the large, you'll take the larger of the two, so if min segments or flat millimeters divided by nominal segment millimeters. So again, we're taking the floor, which tells us, for example, which basically means we're going to get, like nominal segment millimeter. Well, let's take a look again. That's figured out based on like either if we're doing arc segments per second, first we do a calculation based on the feed rate. And so it's actually, of course, you're dealing with the fact that you have acceleration, deceleration, but for this it's ignored, it's simplified. And most of the time it holds, but when you're talking about arcs, they're almost always going slower than any kind of like full speed. So anyway, length based on segments per second and feed rate, length using the maximum segment size. So it'll be one of those two things. So let's assume max segment millimeters, and that is still both. It always applies in some regard. It'll either be and you'll have this, and it'll be between your min and your max. So it could be as low as min. And the problem with min is that when you do division and floating point, like say with min arc segments is 3, and you do 1 divided by 3, and then you go to multiply again, the value you got back by 3 to get something else, by the segment size or whatever, expecting to get back, 1. 3 times 1/3 is actually 0.9999999. So you won't get 1. So, maybe you'll get the wrong, you'll actually end up with 0 segments instead of 1 or something like that. It can also work out the other way. You can end up with numbers that end up rounding upward by mistake, or not necessarily by mistake, but just because of the way floating point works. It has limited accuracy, and so you lose precision depending on your calculations. So you got to be careful with that sort of stuff. So that's one possibility of the kind of thing that can happen here. So we gotta watch for that, and then like make sure. One thing that would be good to do in here would be to throw in some asserts. Honestly, we're looking more into that, making a better system of tests and self-tests. So we get segments, and then that value ends up being modified at some point. If it's greater than 1, then it goes through this stuff. And yeah, there's an awful lot that's being modified here, I gotta say. To make it easier to see, let's hide the white space changes only, and then we'll see if it's easier to make out. Good. So you can see that these things are all being inserted. If segments is greater than 1, then the rest of this is all indented. So that's what we're seeing here. If too short, segments plus plus never happens. That's being left out. That's good. So simplifies a lot. That's good. If it's greater than 1, then do all this. Otherwise, just do the last, is I assume what we always typically do. Buffer the line. Yeah. So there it is. Buffer line. Final thing. So yeah, that was one of the things which is actually kind of good. Like I was worried we'd have a loop, you know, and then there wouldn't, and then the last move would be within the loop. That sometimes works out okay, but yeah, essentially also the other thing was like, yeah, the segment length won't be perfect here, but it's between min and max. It's not the ideal segment length. What you want is, you know, I think there was something where we used to have. Let me just double check this, but if I go to where it's defined, do we have like a preferred one? No, we don't anymore. So that actually helps a lot. So that's good. That's part of the rework that I think is a good improvement. I simplified it. I did it. I jumped in and messed with it, but I'm so proud of myself for that particular piece of work. The only thing I would change with this now is just I would put these in parentheses. Everything else looks great. This proportion stuff goes away, which is great. If that's the case, angular travel divided by segments. I guess maybe the one thing I was worried about here, I would be worried about with things like this is like, you know, we have this periodic correction, and I don't know how much this is involved with that. But yeah, I can keep looking at it until my brain hurts too. But let's take a quick peek and just make sure that everything's cool. We'll open this up in GitHub Desktop as well, which we have a new one. What's new? A crash launching on Mac. Cool. Let's do that. I like crash fixes. That's good. Okay. Now we're looking at 24362. I'll come back to this one for sure, this SD mount loop. We'll look at this one next because that actually needs to be followed up on. I feel bad about not following up on that 4 days ago, but well, so be it. Right, so where is it used? Here. Min arc segment defined as max, max as min. Okay, reciprocal, that's fine. These are wrapped. Oh wait, no. Constrain this to that or that. Right. That should be okay. That should be okay. Here's where I would put some parentheses. And same with min. Parentheses around those suckers. Great. And then if not defined max but is defined min, then do define max as min. If defined min but not max, etc., then, or whatever, not max but not min, then give me that. Gotcha. Okay, so I think we're good. We just had to put some parentheses around those. Otherwise, I feel pretty good. The inverse duration is still needed for Scala scaling. Make sure that's calculated correctly. Where's the old code that did that? There it is. Scaled feed rate millimeter divided by the segment millimeter. units. I see. Interesting. So it is that. Interesting. Inverse duration per for the particular segment, I guess. But here it's determining it outside the loop, which you mentioned. And it is taking our stuff, giving us that value, and then multiplying it by the number of segments. Gotcha. So I want to make sure that the parentheses are in the right place. That's the only thing. I'm like, do you really mean divide and then multiply the result? Or do you maybe want these to be multiplied together? I want to make sure I got that right. But yeah, the feed rate millimeters per second. So you're talking about, say, a single millimeter. Divided by the number of millimeters times segments. So in other words, divided by the size of a millimeter. Should say flat millimeters is basically it's the distance of the arc. You're not counting like the z-rays that is included. Like if you can do a spiral, for example, you can also do them sideways, or in any of the three axes, forward, sideways, and up. So you can do spirals, and so that flat millimeter is just that part of it. It doesn't count this. So if you're going up at a weird angle, a really high angle, actually quite a lot of extra distance, but it doesn't count it here for the purpose of this, even though maybe it should, just to be fair. But then you're taking it. But now that it's outside of this, you could, because you do need to take a square root though. You got to square like the distance and all that again. So like adding more to your flat millimeters. I may have actually already calculated it, but segment, yes. So segment millimeter, etc. Because actually it is going to only be in the x and y axes, so why not, right? If the other one, as long as the other axis isn't constraining them, assuming. So anyway, this is taking this and multiplying it by segments. So I don't know why it's multiplying by segments. I think you really want these to be in parentheses, I feel like. Because this is like, you're dividing by the segment of a single segment, and up here, this is also what you want. So I think this is what you want. Actually. Now, right, so now we know how many actual, presumably this is just gonna be flat. Really bugging me right now. Because this is supposed to be, I'm thinking this has to be like, kind of like this, like you're basically talking about this. Divide this by this and then divide that by that. So in other words, okay, we're dividing by this larger number, and then we're dividing by the number of segments. Oh no, I guess that makes more sense, doesn't it? You could do it this way. You could do, so millimeters per second times segments divided by, see what I mean? This is a little weird, gets a little weird. Flat millimeter, was there an inverse something? Oh, this is inverse, this is the inverse. That's why it's like that. So you could almost do it this way too. You could say, reciprocal of flat millimeters divided by, I wouldn't do it this way, but yes, this is the inverting part, basically. And then you could say something like times segments divided by, so you end up with something like that, I guess. Or maybe actually you would probably end up with that, since you're taking the reciprocal, right? Let's say 100 millimeters per second times, and I don't know why segments would be matter there. Again, it's still kind of confusing me. I need to look at it closer. So, okay. Inverse duration down there was about, you know, how long is a segment? Shouldn't it be like that, which would be the same as this? I get you. I see what's going on here now. I got you. So that's kind of funny. So just to be funny, just to be cheeky, I could do this. Let's make it a really big number first and then divide it up by that after. Either way works, honestly. Get some kind of small number, and you get some kind of big number. Parens for you. Here you go. Enjoy these parens. Just to clarify that we meant it. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why I had to think so hard about that, but I guess that's why our brains hurt. That's why computers are smarter than us. They don't have to think hard. Once they got it sorted, you can just let them go. Okay, next idle MS. And I don't know if I want to apply any constants in here or anything like that. No const needed there. Inverse duration is already constified. Theta per segment, etc., etc. Okay, this all looks perfect to me. You know, assuming inverse duration is right, and it still bugs me, but I checked. It's all good, all good. Like if I did the divide thing, like all the way through, I would just probably the compiler would probably turn it into multiplies, but I don't really know, you know, like compilers are sort of funky in a way. Let's see if segments is constified here. I think it probably is at this point. It's like assigned net once now, and then it's done. Segments, boom. Oh, there it is. It equals segments per second times segments. Where? Oh, line to destination. Then it doesn't know more on it. So here it does again. Segments equals, and then while minus segments. So clearly, we don't want to mess with segments there. Segments, yo, multiplied, greater than 1, divided by segments. Here I would say, if we're going to do that, we'll take the reciprocal and then multiply it. Since we're going to do division here all over the place. I don't know. Sometimes it's a question. Is it better to do you know, a division and take the result as being more precise, or take the reciprocal and allow some imprecision in the multiplication because your reciprocal is less precise than the original value. I don't think it matters that much. Like here, it's clear that like inverse segments is needed, like just inverse segments, you know? Like that's already, it already exists. No, it doesn't. Equals reciprocal segments. Well, we know actually we can trust it to be. Comma. Now we do this stuff where it's probably already does that internally, but now we've expressed it more, you know, loudly. Yes, I don't know what else you say. But I noticed that segments as self is also like if disabled. So arc Lijk, yes, there won't necessarily be any of this unless there's an L axis. Lijk, I don't know why it's L. UVWE code arc L. Why arc L? Why arc L? Huh? Why did I do that? List. Oh, because it takes an L value. Still. What is the L value? Oh, okay, of course. An axis, I just defined an L axis as being the linear one. So, yeah, that'll always be there, actually. There'll always be a linear one. So you subtract 2 from the number of axes, and you get linear at least I, if not others. But why would you be doing an arc if you only had one axis, right? Right? So yeah, you're always going to have that. So I would say I can trust myself to have at least one use of inverse segments here. I'm not worried about that. And also the rest. Like I could say const float and put, you know, put all these in a list or whatever and then stick commas on the ends and stuff. But I don't know. Again, it's neater this way, I guess. So, all right. Looks to me like segments can just be a const. Because, oops, because it is not later modified. Right, right, totally. We're using a totally separate variable. We are all good. The only thing is you're limited. You can't have more than 65,000 segments in a circle, or things will explode on you. About that. Didn't know that one, did you? I gotta figure out what the length of that would be. So 65,000 arcs. Each one was 1/10 of a millimeter. Yeah, you could see 65 millimeter thing being done. You might have to work on that, but I would say make your segments longer. Please make your segments longer. Or don't use G2, G3, I guess. Maybe is the answer here. If you need segments for something that large, probably printing with a big giant machine. Okay, so we're good. We're good. So I just did one thing, which was pre-calculate inverse segments. And then do we need it ever again? Oh, it's not done in the loop anyway, I don't think. Yeah, it's done outside the loop, so meh. There you go. Yeah, as long as we're abbreviating everything. Inverse segs for perf. Even though it will take one extra bit of code, it will make things perform a little better if it's used more than once. Which it will be. Likely. How's that? 1 divided by segment. So if you had divided by 3, you're gonna get data per segment angular times 0.33333333. Not with a 4 on the end, so it will be off ever so slightly. The division would be more accurate here. That's the question: is does it matter? How much does it matter? You know, how much precision is important? You're off by a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. The floor or the ceiling, it does matter. That's why I prefer round. Is like instead of bothering with that tiny 0.99999 bit of error, you take the. We're still again. I guess if we go back to the original changes, we did go from constrain. We're still using max floor for that. Taking seal on this, and we're doing a bit of extra work on the number of segments. This will be good. This is definitely good. Any amount of recalculation that saves work on the back end is so good. Proportion, are the segments now too few to reach the destination? That was one of the things too, is like I didn't allow the segment length to change. I wanted to keep it as close to the like what it had at one time been sort of a fairly fixed length. I want the length to be this. But now that we have a min and max, it's like it goes for the max, but it'll accept anything down to the min. So the max is kind of now the segment length ultimately. So as long as we keep that in mind, then we can go for anything between the min and max. Now, if they're equal to each other, that gets tricky. That gets real tricky, I imagine. So that's the one question I would have. What if they are equal and there is no wiggle room? You must have segments of x. Do we still allow it to modify after that point? And we find that we have the edge case. You're going to get at least one segment, and it's going to be whatever length, I guess. Right. And why we're taking the floor on this again? Yeah, I guess I know why. We want fewer segments in the case of one that is a little bit too long. Take the extra length and then we'll just split it up in 2 or whatever. I would think would be better, but as long as it's over the min, I would think that would be fine too, right? I think I had done that at one point. Like we had segments and then it would evaluate them and then it would do a second re-evaluation based on the new segment length it was giving. Like it would figure out a new length, then it would just go through the whole process twice. It can work fine sometimes, that can work. But right now it's doing it this once. And that's the thing, is like every time we come to like some fix, it's like, oh, I figured out a great optimization. We don't need this or that or this other thing at all. Turns out that was all a waste. And that can sometimes be a Dunning-Kruger effect because It may not be a waste. It might have actually been important. We want to make sure we remember why we did it that particular way. For example, in the case of too short, I ran, more segments or whatever, run all but the remainder in the loop, and so there was, you would try to get you would try to get the full length if you could, the maximum length. But I guess now with since the names of the things have changed, I mean, what do you do if they are equal though? That's an interesting question. I have to look at that. Like, let's say it's not greater than, let's say segment millimeter is greater than max, so it has to give you. Well, yeah, but at that point there is no evaluation of min. It just goes on and says, well, I'll just use divide it by the max, and if I get 0, which is possible, what I end up with is 1. So you end up with 1 segment. So let me think about that. So let's say you got 1 divided by 10, you got 1/10, you got 1 segment. So you get the ceiling of that is 1, 1, and then max arc segment millimeter was, what did I say it was? It's not 10. Interesting question though. Yeah, so what if it was 10? I don't know. What if they allowed a max arc segment of 100 or something? I guess we wouldn't want that, would we? What if it's smaller than the size of the, well, oh boy, it gets weird. So anyway, segment millimeter based on the flat divided by nominal segments. As long as we're greater than max arc segment, oh, I see. So as long as a millimeter, I would say greater than or equal to, right? I would think maybe. Because if it's equal to, okay. Anyway, then you have flat millimeter divided by min. Okay. So if the segment we got is too small, then we go for, which could happen in the case of, not sure when I go, there's a couple cases, but let's say it's too small, then you have to create 1 segment, right? Boom. And then finally there's nominal segments. It'll take that if everything else is within range. All right. So yeah, using min and max like you would expect. Okay, then you got your, yeah, and you can see what I originally did. First I would figure out the number of segments, then I would figure out the segmented length, and then if it was less than the length needed, by a, very close, then it can be considered too short. And so you would have to come up with a proportion. If it was too short, segmented length divided by flat millimeter, otherwise 1. And then that proportion would be used later. So yeah, I could see why that was stupid in some ways. Like a little bit of too much work. And then, using that value in the loop just does add more work. So yes, I agree. Oops. I'm gonna go with, let's let this in, and we'll see where it goes. that what I had before? Yeah, I guess I did. Extruder per segment, travel E times inverse segments. Right. Is that supposed to be figured out outside the loop too? It looks like it is. Well, we'll see. So yeah, taking out those divides will speed things up, but it won't necessarily make things smaller or anything like that. So I could get rid of this inverse segment stuff and just do divided by segments instead. Because it'll probably end up being more accurate. I don't know. I just feel like it will. So screw it. Screw it. Never mind. Never mind. I wonder if this, if I do these two together, will it, like, oh, okay. Undo. Or should I, like, screw it. Here you go. Parentheses and also some indentation. There you go. That's what you get. This portion of our show is brought to you by Hippies. They melt in your mouth so you don't annoy people with your crunching sounds. Or you can if you want. Is that thing called trisketophobia or whatever? That's fear of holes. The sound of people eating Triscuits. People are like really annoyed by the sound of crunching or eating. I probably have that. I fly into an internal rage whenever someone is eating nearby. I'm like, in a restaurant, I don't mind, of course. I'm like, you know, converse, eat, whatever, have fun. But I don't know. In general, I'm just like, don't want to be around that. Let's all join in and start a political party around that and hating chewing sounds. Sounds like something you could do today. Fucking dumb era we live in. Let's see. What else have we got going on? Let's see here. Segment millimeter greater than, less than nominal. Yeah. Take the seal. Otherwise, take the floor. It's interesting that you would end up with greater than the max. But I guess that's cool. Just have to deal with it. Just take it a little, just shrink it down a little bit. Um, the thing is, I think there's still an issue here, which is you still, now that you've modified segment mill emitters and the number of segments, well, now that you've modified the number of segments, now your segment millimeter is different. No longer flat millimeter divided by nominal segments. It's got to be modified. That's one of the things that I think I remembered having to deal with previously. It may have been, I see what you're going for here. Like the idea is that you get as close to the max arc segment as you can, and then at the end you'll have something. But I think that because this could end up still leaving a tiny fraction at the end. I don't know. I mean, it's certainly going to be a. I mean, maybe you're going for. You think you're going for something exact here. You know, is that possible? Like, but I mean, you still haven't dealt with the fact that segment millimeter is the wrong value. Although it may not matter. I don't know. Segment millimeter actually comes into play even later after it's been used. Yeah, here it's been used once, and now you don't need to do it again. Okay, fine. But so your flat millimeter is the same. So okay, fine. Yeah, I was worried about that for a second there. Clearly. Right. So it's already and again. So actually, this would actually be nominal. Just for clarity, let's just. I hate to do that. Oh, jeez. I'm actually doing a find without case sensitivity? I lost my mind. Um, okay, I guess we'll spell out nominal because everything needs to be spelled out. And we'll just put a comma there. Make it obvious here that we're doing that. Nominal segment millimeter. Oh, I already had one. Okay. I see where you're going with that. Darn it. Go with ideal. Yes. I don't know what you call it otherwise. Let's go with ideal. Ideal. Ideal segment millimeter. Let's see if that makes sense. Based on your feed rate and your segments per second, but then constrained. So that's how that works. Otherwise, max segments. So desired. Should I put desired instead of nominal? But yeah, I would say this is nominal segment millimeter. Although, yeah, I mean, this isn't, again, we still haven't decided, right? Segment millimeter is like not, I just don't want to call this segment millimeter no matter what. It's just, ideal segment length based on setting. Say for the move, I don't know. Heidel? No, that happened. IDA, yeah, that wasn't even the right row. Flat millimeter divided by nominal segments. Right? And then we don't know what the length of the actual segment is going to be at this point. We still don't. We have an ideal segment and so forth and so on. We have an angular travel divided by segments, so that gives us enough to go on. We have an extruder per segment, which is fine, which gives us enough to go on. And yeah, I guess all these raw bits are initialized. Now what's being added each time is here there gets to being started, motion limits, etc. Recal count. Oh, I see, yes, it's just simply doing the movement along the segments and then yeah, I see. Basically, it's just doing segmenty, archy stuff at this point. And ensure to let the last segment, just deals with the last segment, which is what you got to do. So, regardless, Okay, well, right. So every 200 milliseconds, I'm doing idle during an arc, and so on and so forth. You could do them more often, I suppose. Yeah, I honestly don't know if multiplying by reciprocal is, ever a good idea. But yeah, you see here we're doing times reciprocal. Why not, So yeah, it'll go for the max or it'll end up on the min. So yeah, pretty cool. Overall, I think that this whole min-max constraint thing has definitely helped and does, in the long run, finally does simplify things. So, okay. Not to belabor it even more, but yeah. Might as well just say that. Okay, I feel better. Actually, now that I look at this, no, it isn't. It isn't going to be. It's good. Whatever the final segment millimeter is going to be, it's going to be based on segments and the segments are actually doing their moves based on angle. They're doing it all based on angles. So Yeah, there's that. There you go, I spared you. All right, let's see here. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, I think I like it. I like it enough now. I won't take credit or anything like that. No. Fix G2, G3 arcs. Arc stutter. JD. Speed. Get that straightened out. And I'm going to call that fixing a big old bug. That is a big old bug. Isn't that great? Thank you, Tom. Getting a tear in my eye. I'm so grateful. God damn it. It's so nice to have things get fixed. That one has really been like back and forth, man. I feel like that's pretty. Of course, every time we fixed it and did something new, I was like, "That's it." Finally wrangled it, but it's so hard. Okay, I must have done this already. Is there anything else to do? Oh, who's this? Luz Paz. I think one thing I had to do with this was just rebase it. Maybe. But let's see. Cool, better name. Finch. Oh, I see. Cool. So I actually did fix the string and made it better. Should say leveling done instead of leveling Finch anyway. Let's call this an LCD controller or language even, and user interface even. And Washamaj. Okay. Yeah, they're basically artful tweaks. I would almost put international like language on there instead. Don't get to use that one enough, so should use it when I can. All right, foam cutter XYUV. This was a big deal because we had, this involves extra axes up to not up to 9, but 4 axes. Okay, cool. So I guess he was testing it and didn't work out. This stuff's going in right now. This is going into Marlin as we speak. 11:20 p.m. here in Austin. Beautiful Friday, June 17th. Is my 5-month-ish month day. Mirth day? Can I call it that? My mirth day, my 5-month mirth day after my birthday. January 17. And for Mirth Day, I'm sending stuff off to my friend Ian and his friend Perry. They're getting 3D printed objects in the mail, which hopefully don't melt on the way there. But yeah, they're all packed tightly in a box. Hopefully not too tightly, so that they get all warped and stuff. But that's gonna get sent out soon. So let's call this Mega. And let's call this Ocean. And also whatever else. Okay, edit item fast. Oh, good. Axis Q. Oh, good. Thank you for that. Great. That's a good fix. Oh, good, it's being done. Yeah, I don't know how I missed some of these things. And actually, as you look at this, you see, oh well, if we're calling message move in on all these, sending the same string for all of them, then right? So let's see if there's anything like that. Yeah, with this, let's 24325. All right, so I think I'm done with that one. Delete, please. Let's look at this one. Let's look at it more closely. Pixel grid SCAD. My pixel grid. Oh yeah, this is my pixel grid stuff. This away. Okay, yeah, look at that. The only time it's called, it says message move in every single time. Look at that. So we don't need name at all. Just use this. Do 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 do. Draw edit screen with the thing. Oh, I guess I made edit screens so it can have indices in it and stuff too. Maybe? Because yeah, every one of these is, passing the axis. So, is the axis actually being set in the menu index is the question. That's the important part. Draw edit screen. I'm not seeing that happening here, guys. I don't think you did it. Draw edit screen doesn't, if it's gonna draw something with a string that's got substitution in it, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like sometimes, well, those are different draw edit screens. But yeah, they just take a piece of fixed text and then they take a piece of C string. I'm just not seeing it use substitution. I've probably been through this before, but let's just find the original implementation. Like take this one for example. Okay, it is. Oh, it does take FTPL, so that's good. So it is a template that it is taking, so that's important. However, you then need to pass. So item index is used with it. So where does that happen? Happen here? Yes. Okay, so again, item index has to be set in some regard. So like, okay, fine, you can use these. Where's item index? Where's item index, guys? Come on. Gonna need to definitely do this. Axis. I don't know if I can just convert it, but yeah, it's an int. int 8. That's what I thought. Okay. You can do it this way sometimes. Sometimes I prefer it that way, but I know this is better sometimes for different things, but screw it. I'm doing it this way. We're doing it live. Now, where else is item index modified? Well, here it calls move E, and item index actually refers to which E axis. So we got to check that. Does move E just call this thing, or does it have its own thing? It's got its own thing. Okay, good. So now here we'll get rid of these. And that's the other thing too, is actually item index will already be set, now that I think about it. I mean, this would be needed if it was needed, it would be needed. It isn't needed. Now that I think about it, each of these should have its item index already set. Yeah, it's due to some menu n, so by doing so, it already is setting item index. Nothing else touches it throughout the process. As long as nothing else touches it throughout the process, then every menu that follows from this menu being invoked and then gone into, that index will actually be active at the time that the menu gets invoked, gets changed. The rest of these won't actually even get executed. So it's one of the tricks that you can use. So it's actually it's a little bit obscure feature of the menu system, but it's one you can count on. It wasn't always that way. It used to be that even if this menu item was invoked, it would continue to draw and maybe even act on one of the menu items that was below it. We wouldn't necessarily want. So it has to eat the click and not send it on to anything else. It has to get rid of that click at this point so it doesn't go on to some other menu item. But since the rest, and then if the click actually changes to a different screen, that's when it jumps out right away. It doesn't even draw the rest of the menu items, just carries on. And it shouldn't need to. If you had something that was visible on the screen that you're clicking, why would it need to update the screen anyway, right? So you're good. It works out. Little side effects like that are not necessarily well documented per se inside of the menu things, but if you play with them, you'll find that you can do certain things. So yeah, that's interesting. So I would say good to make a note here that this is already set by I'll just say submenu n, etc., etc. Submenu n, blah blah blah. Invoking items below. Oh, and the other thing actually is, do you even need this anymore? Why are these even here? I mean, they exist for, I guess, if you need them to be called more than once. Yeah, here you got them they're being declared. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. It's being called also. So yeah, so there's a couple places. The keypad calls them directly, so that's why they're described here. But actually, the rest of them could all be. They don't have to actually have functions. The rest of these, yeah, that could be this instead. A little lambda. Hey, little lambda. Oh, actually, come to think of it, well, no, menu move distance, and then you have to pass the thing that's gonna get invoked. So that's kind of interesting, though. Submenu and I-axis, and you notice that I could use, item index or whatever here instead of what it has, but it's just more convenient to do it this way, I guess. The thing is, if it's menu item index, it might, you could imagine it could shrink the code because there's a lot of repetition. Oh, well, these are all the same. So we'll just, squish that code down, and we'll just say if it's this or that or the other thing, all these will do the same. But anyway, so yeah, that works out pretty well. So here we can go boop to J, and here same deal. Just like so. And the rest, so then the rest of these can all be got rid of. Just like that. Yep, so some LCD move thing. X. Yeah, so there is an LCD move X. Move XYZ, move XYZ, move XYZ. So yeah, actually it could just say, declare that one thing and then the rest could be left out. But anyway, yeah, so here we are. Slightly cleaned up. Yeah, I'll make a note of that. So yeah, obviously we don't need this anymore, so. Yeah, make sure that name is not mentioned. Good. Meanwhile, right, I'll make a note here that that this is the case. Yeah, I'll have to make a note of that because now that I think about it, like maybe those other calls aren't doing the right thing. How about that? Must be invoked by submenu N to set. Must be invoked. Well, let's just say maybe. So if we go to LCD move X, Y, Z, see what this looks like. So it declares it, calls it, but in order to call it, well, it doesn't have the index set, does it? Does it? How about that? So yeah, actually, it would have to actually have. You do actually have to use axis and then set that value in as we were doing before. So yeah, at this point it's like, never mind. Okay, then the submenu N stuff, as far as that goes, well, fine. Doesn't harm anything. But yeah, see, this is a case where, the person is very intention of doing the right thing, but they just didn't realize that these are used by other things. You can't just assume they're here and that's it. I had to go poking around, and I wouldn't have necessarily known these were used elsewhere, but you know, this is just a habit. Like, okay, search for it, see what's going on. Right, so again, currently used by the XYZ and menu motion, and etc. So yeah, so that's basically that, and let's see what we have as far as those submenus. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Usage move in. You know, here I almost feel like just going. Huh? And yeah, I know. It's like, should I just go for it and say, item index like that? Right? Of course, I could just make that into a lambda, and then everything calls that one lambda. Or X is, I don't know what you do. And that would be this. And you just do this. Boom. And yeah, you just add. All right, so then you get that, and that's that. I don't know, make it static, static inline, or something. But yeah, so this would be like, I guess, like that. Huh. Whoop. Uh, All right, let's see what we got here. All right, hey. I won't let this go on too long. I'm gonna not stay up too terribly late. Feeling pretty awake today, of course, naturally. Um, yeah, I like to do it that way sometimes. Just have your else be exist even though it's got nothing in it, and then the compiler produces nothing. That's fine. All right, so I think that's way better. Although yeah, so it's using menu item base item index. And you could almost say, I could do something along the lines of this too. But let's not do that. It'd be better if, so as far as the move X stuff goes, let's find that. Yeah, so we've still got these. So let's see about that. Right. So now we're down to this and this. So this is part of Marlin UI. I mean, these are fine to keep in their existence, I guess. I would change them to just so we can avoid having to have this, maybe, since that's already done now. Oh, also, yeah, that was the other thing is okay, so yeah, that gets it, but it doesn't set it for us. We still need to set it. And yeah, again, so we already know what that is. That's good. Menu move distance, move XYZ A, the axis that's given. Right, go to that. Yeah, it definitely comes after. Um, yeah, I guess that's probably the only place I want to use it. It's just for these particular menu items. Which means maybe I only want to have it down there. And otherwise, yeah, keep things clean. Um, yeah, that should make things a bit better. Okay, so your A, and it could be a lambda. I know. I almost wish I could just use the lambda character in there and make it part of the whole thing. But let's see. A is the thing, and that's what we want to move. Okay, I feel good about that. so feel like LCD move X should change the item index, but it doesn't. You know, it doesn't. And move menu distance needs it, so that's where it's important. Is it gets menu move distance. That's the part here. And then this takes care of right. And then this will end up passing on stuff as it calls other things. Cross your fingers. Too cold to extrude. Go to screen. Thinking with taller screens, probably should put a title on it. What screen you're on. I don't know if that's a stand. It's not really a standard thing in Marlin UI. It's been done in other screens, which is good. But for Marlin UI, we just had the back button. It's like, oh, well, we'll just assume you know where you are. Because you're not in the menu. There's the menu you just came from, so you must know where you are. Okay, so right. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. I mean, why have MoveX at all? Well, I guess the best thing to do is to use it. Interesting. Make sure I'm doing all the right things because it looks funny. Okay, so yes, those do move XYZ. These do go to menu move distance, which is different. So yeah, it's good that I checked that because these ain't the same. These go to menu move distance. We'll say go to move distance. How about that? Go. Okay, that looks good to me. Go to move distance. Menu move distance, maybe. This is like, oh look, there it is. Go to menu move distance. Many things, right? Hmm. Well, it is intermediate, but things with maybe in them, I guess I can leave those alone. Actually, it's not really going there, is it? It's actually running it. Go to menu, move distance. Go to this thing that calls that. See, actually, it's going to be in a loop actually doing this stuff, isn't it? So yeah, find go to menu. Find menu, move. Oh wait, go to move distance. So yeah, this is me. I'm not sure. And move to, I don't know what to call it, menu access, move distance. We'll go with, I think I'm gonna go with axis and move distance. How about that? And oh heck, it's just more messy to make more changes, right? So fewer is better. Okay, so we're close. The only thing I would change is the move functions, move X, move Y, etc. Find LCD move X, Y, Z. Oh, that's an interesting question, isn't it? I see a problem. You see it too. I could try to do that. I don't know if that'll even work. It's a capture as opposed to a variable. It could take A though. It could certainly take A. But the problem is menu move distance is not supposed to take A. It's not supposed to take it. It's if it's a menu move distance, it's going to be something that takes nothing. So yeah, I see an issue here. Okay. Well, that is still what I do want. It's just that each of these is going to have. It's like, yeah, I still want to set the. Yeah. Okay. Fine. All right. I'm gonna make it that just so. Just so. So see how this works. I guess. Well, you don't know until you look at it sometimes. I did not anticipate that. Hmm. The ultimate problem was that it just needs this inner one has to have the axis. It's not a big problem if instead of what I did, actually I could do this now that I think about it. I don't need to worry about that. My A. Silly me. That should do the trick right there. Okay, I think that's fine, right? And then as far as our move X, move Y, move Z. So again, those, well, I guess we just have to have them. Fine. So we're gonna do it this way. I think that's okay. Should be okay with it. And I guess I can do this kind of thing too. Just to keep things neat. Right? Now, I ultimately could instead, yeah, like this is basically what's happening here, right? Exactly the same as this, except it's happening after. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is more a little weird, but it's more direct. Like this here is a lambda calling this, right? With the item index in it. So this would be something along the lines of, axis, LCD move axis, N, something like that, where it just moves the axis that's currently the item index. Whatever it is. And then you have an axis move distance, so this you could say replaces that. And yeah, that's just, keep things neat there. And then this would be your well, you just do this kind of thing. Almost not as neat, but then it moves whatever. But let the compiler decide whether to inline them or not, and it can decide what to do with all this. Menu move distance, some axis, followed by some handler for that eventually axis. And then that too. And so yeah, they all get their item index in there, one way or another. These are for other purposes. So again, convenience, or let's see, call from code that non-menu code that has not set item index. For example, the keypad. And yeah, wouldn't it be nice to have a little thing that you could call just LCD move some axis and it would just call the right one? Do I even need these? I mean, move axis. I don't know if that's a function. Let's find out. Oop, I just made one up. There you go. It exists, so there you go. Oh, look at that. They all called the same thing. Well, you know what that means. Bonk, bonk, ba-donk, bonk, 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 ba-donk, bonk, bonk, ba-donk, bonk, ba-donk, donk, donk, donk. That's right. They can all go down to here. So there's always an X. You gotta have one axis at the minimum. Maybe someday you won't. You won't have to have any axis. Just Marlin with no axes whatsoever. It'll just be for driving screens that talk about temperatures. Maybe you can use it for a coffee maker. Well, you know, those might have axes. You know, you gotta move your coffee. Gotta grind that stuff. Important. So, okay, I feel good about these things, but it was tricky. So there is no more LCD move X. It's all gone. Just LCD move axis, and that's it. And then as far as distance goes, axis and move distance, yeah, so we have that. See what that does here. That's going to a menu item essentially, so yeah, I mean it's just pass through basically. Tricky. Go with menu and move distance. Menu A move distance? I don't know. I know, it's like move in and then what? Okay, message move in. Oh, and case move. Case and axis static item. Message move in. No, that's wrong. You made another mistake, buddy. This has to be static item in. And then you gotta stick this on the front. Now you got it. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I think I have other static item ends, but yeah, label then the end. So actually I got it backwards. I gotta put the label first. I should know this by now. Then the actual thing, and then then check it out. Axis is fine. So for case move, it's having a static item in with a particular axis, and check it out, it's also, this kind of makes sense, you know, you want to have your, you don't have a case for everything, but, and it is just for the one axis that's coming in, but, oh, it's also doing it for several axes, it looks like. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Well, I gotta say, like, if you invoke, well, clearly that's gotta be what you want. But, yeah, right. I know what I'm thinking. Switch does a thing, then does a thing, and then the default does another thing. And then message movie is fine. Okay. We're very close. We're very close. Submenu. Oof. A little on the tricky side. It doesn't get the string for you. You've had to have made your own F in some way. Okay. Looking through, there's that. That's fine. Apparently. So yeah, we did that already. Then what else? Message move in. Oh yeah, the other thing was submenu N. I'm pretty sure that the index actually follows. So we gotta fix that. No, actually, just look at that. Submenu N actually puts N first. Well, that's interesting, because I don't know why the other one didn't. I guess I just forgot to do it that way. Static item. I wonder why static item is that way. Like other things that have N on the end. Take a look what they do. Yeah, see, they have N and then the label. I don't know if I like that. But it is calling static item NF. Maybe that's partly why. Label does come first, followed by N. There's your label, and there's N. Again, and there's your label, there's your N. And static item N, your label, followed by your N. Okay, so for some reason I just decided to do it that way, label followed by N. Usually it's the other way around. see, yeah, N, menu item N, for example. What's the N first? Why? I don't know why I chose to do it this way, but how many times did I even use it anyway? Let's see, I don't see any place where I have N in front. Oh wait, there's some right there. Yeah, there's one, action item N label action. Okay, settles it. And switch these around. Okay, index first, then string, index first. Okay, so now I just have to do it here. Done. Oh, and NF, I guess I might do the same thing. I mean, after all, NF. Okay, there. N, NF. Let's see. Let me see if there's any of those around. Nope. Good. Okay. We got that. We got that. We got that. All right. N first, N first, N first, N first. Good. Next. Let's see if there's anything else where I did the same thingy. NS label. Well, yeah, N is first. N, N. Very good. Okay. I feel really good about all that. B-string item. Whatever that's for. Okay. Do it. Take a close look here, what we got. So first things first, let's actually shove the patches up there to shame our contributor. Kidding. You must be shamed. Let's see, first things first. Well, all this stuff is kind of a fix, but I'm gonna go with static item N, that one. Gonna fix up static item N. And there's a, okay. I guess I should push the fix of static item N first, so. None of those are. Those are. None of those are static item N. Any of these are. Oh, these are. Those are static items. All right. Static item N. Nope. Nope. I don't expect to see too many of those here. I'll be fixing that one up in a second. And in the end, none of this will matter because no one will care. All right. Fix up static item with index. Then use static item with index. And finally, update LCD move for String substitution. Subst. Could be substance, could be substitution. Could be substantially higher returns. We'll see. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I want to thank Elon for stopping by. I know you're really interested in this kind of stuff, dude. You technical genius, you. You used to code. You wrote something back in the day, right, on C64 or something, right? Or I did a video store rental thing on the Atari 800 once. Oh my God, that was fun. You know, I actually was using the low-level file functions back and forth to the disk. It was great because the seeking stuff was actually pretty fast, and I had set up an index and everything. So it was like boom, 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 get the thing. You want to read the data. It was like boom. You didn't, it was none of that dun 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 dun, beeping while I was trying to find the data. That's pretty awesome. Did I keep chewing just to annoy people? I won't. Okay, we're back. Yeah, notice I don't have to declare extern void functions in these builds. I think they expose all the symbols automatically through the elf build style or something, but I'm not sure. But normally if you have the function that's not declared in a header, and you just declare it in some, CPP file or whatever, I would expect if you don't say it's extern, then you can't refer to it externally. But apparently if you do declare it anywhere else, this compiler figures out that you mentioned it, and so it does make it extern somehow. Retroactively? I don't think retroactively, but no, it's cool. All right, look it over, make sure it feels right. Yeah, I feel like, again, my inclination is always like, oh, I want to go in and make sure the string is got before calling this like if-else clause so that, it's already been got, and so we don't have to get it here and get it here. And then you've only mentioned it once. So if you go to later, do you have to change it? You like to change it in one place, right? But that's fine, right? It's not a big blob. Bigger blobs I would worry about. That's the thing. We obsess, especially if we came from an earlier era. Oh, I didn't bother to check this. Foam cutter, people. I feel like you got to kind of figure it out on your own, Like if you're going to do a foam cutter, maybe define them in a separate file almost, like, or do them ahead of time. Like, I just feel like this is, I guess, I guess I see why you would do this, but I still feel like it should be in its own block. Let's open up here and we'll go down to line 102. So yeah, there's a lot to consider in the overall design and stuff. Like Now let's see if there's any defines. Define Z. Right, so look at this stuff. If not defined, if not defined. So I would say, you know, what am I seeing here? You've got a foam cutter, XYUV, and what, is it going to have both a min and a max? Why would you choose to do one and not the other? Why would you have, let's see, if enabled foam cutter, no Z min pin, otherwise regular old Z min pin? How about a Z max pin? Oh, well, nope, none allowed. No Z max pin if you've got a foam cutter. What if you defined a stop pin? Well, seems that foam cutter cares about the I and J stop pin, but yeah, I guess I see why you would do this to get it ahead, to get ahead of it. I have a minor issue with this because we are talking about ramps and like not every, but a lot of boards use this particular pins file as their, you know, to get their pins from, and this is like the backup. Gotta be careful with this one. Let's take a look here. Got one thing we got. You got me straight on. How's that? It's me looking at me. That's me looking at you in code. So let's do a little bit of this. A little bit of this crap here. Excuse me. A, B, C. Okay, so foam cutter. Kind of want to do just foam cutter like all over here. Like, what if we do this? Like, something along these lines. Okay, that's that, right? And then down here, you just go back to this. Well, we're just doing this again, you know. Let's keep it nice, you know, keep it clean in this little area here. Seems like a good spot to keep clean. Right here, this little zone. Meanwhile, okay, we've still dealt with foam cutter. We've made MOSFET C-pin is now, you know, there will be none. So let's take a look at the next one. So now down here we've got spindle laser pin kind of thing. Here we could do this kind of thing where we say, if these aren't defined, oh, it's already said if not defined. So let's do this. PWM pin. Okay, so this is related to the PWM pin. So do this. All right, so that we don't care about. Okay, and then the only other thing I would do down here is I would say, there. And then here we would say, okay, there's your, hello. Say, okay, this is your thing. And then we're already dealing with foam cutter stuff there. And that. Oops. kind of Friday night drama going on outside my window. It's not even 1 a.m. yet. Usually it starts a little earlier. I mean, later. Or not at all. Okay. Okay, so here's a deal where has cutter and the spindle laser and A pin was not defined and num servos was less than 2. There's a lot of weirdness going on here, but it all pertains down there. No auto-assignable, etc. Okay, so let's find more references to our foam cutter. So this is up here with a little earlier in the whole process, so we may just jump down a bit. So yeah, we may just go up a bit actually. Let's take this foam cutter stuff and move to the top, shall we? Yep. Okay, so starting here. Okay. Okay, and if it was foam cutter, you would get that. Otherwise, you would get that. And if it was foam cutter, you'd get that. Otherwise, you'd get that. Since it is foam cutter, we don't need that. And there you have it. No stop pin or Z-min, then define one. If no Z-max, then define one. Actually, it's if, well, some pins post-processing will take care of some of this, so you wouldn't necessarily have to worry about whether stop pin was defined. If stop pin was defined and these were defined as -1, they'd get canceled out anyway by post-process, like, unless I'm mistaken. If it's defined, you get, it defines it as such. And that's interesting. Oh, and yeah, so actually it's interesting because you could end up with a conflict here, something like that. Oh, I see, if that stop pin is defined, yeah. So yeah, you could do that too. It's like a stop pin situation. You can just define the stop pin and it'll do the right thing as far as min and max. What I see is that this is like defining min and max as -1 for us here, for us. Also, yeah, so now we can do that. And maybe this will be more like what we had originally. Again, I kind of like to keep these blocks a little cleaner and not mention functions inside of them if I can do it. And then these are actually, boom. And we'll just deal with them up here. And that takes care of a lot of stuff, so let's just do it that way. So these are what? First thing we do is we cancel the MOSFET C pin. It hasn't been defined for us. Then we deal with moving the spindle pin to 8. So that's all that happens there. Then we check it later. if it hasn't been defined by something else, in this case, this funky function, foam cutter, then that happens. Then you have Z stop pin, which again, if it hasn't been defined externally before the inclusion of this, then it gets all that going on. Then that. So it looks to me like, yeah, like you could say, well, let's take a quick peek and see. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything in the logic of that last bit. Right. Yeah, so it was foam cutter, then define Z min as -1, otherwise let it be. Yeah, these were interesting cases. And I'm not sure why stop what matters actually here, but I guess it's because it's, you know, doing stuff here. Although I would say by the time it gets to this part, it like shouldn't matter, you know. It should just get here and be like, okay, there is no Z stop pin, so I'm gonna pick one. But since this has already happened, like, you see what I mean? Like, if it doesn't, this isn't true, it's not gonna get there anyway. It's not gonna do these anyway. So I might as well just do that. Because if Z stop pin was defined, it would be moot to these being defined. Because you can't have both. These end up being defined for you. So yeah, I think we can get away with that. Also, the same here, like I stop pin, like I don't think we even need to worry about that. But especially as it's defining them itself, which is, I think about how that would work. What would I stop pin be on a foam cutter? And you can't only have one, so it's like, you're gonna pick one or the other, min or max. I don't know. This is the thing, is if you just define it as a stop pin, then you get, you get a pin. So like, since there is no, if you think about it like I don't know, well, it depends on this guy's situation, what kind of board he's talking about and stuff. The foam cutter has its own whole spiel going on. So I'll just ask that one question and see if that's, just get it clarified. New board variant. Okay, so yeah, and what's with it failing? Why are you failing? Oh, I think you're the right one, right? You are the right option, right? Foam cutter. All right, let's see what's failing the checks here. Must be something dumb. Menu move distance. It's not declared. I mean menu and move distance. Oops, I have to take the underline off of it. Or did I? Oh right, I left the underline on, but you know what I think it was? Yeah, I'm calling it too soon. I can't put that here. It has to happen here. And then also that can't be, okay, good, that's mentioned there. Good. LCD move axis in. Very good. All right, and then so menu n move distance would do whatever. Yeah, you wouldn't want that for E. Oops. Okay, so let's fix that up. Oops. Move. And then move foam cutter. Move foam cutter pins. What do you want to call it? Customizations? Foam cutter to top. I don't know. Pin changes to top. My question then is like, yeah, I want to ask about those end stops. I want to ask about those end stops. That's what I want to know. That's what I wants to know. End stops. If the foam cutter only needs one end stop per axis, then it only needs to define stop pin for each of the axes, and it doesn't necessarily need to have both a min and a max end stop plug. But you know, just preferred end stop. For most ramps boards, it's fine to keep both an X min, you know, both min and max end stops defined for, you know, the actual plugs. So the actual plugs are match up. Defined for XYZ. But for I, J, K, etc., it makes more sense to just pick one stop pin and always use that. Prefer it anyway. So right, am I right about that? I think I am. It seems sensible. All right, so fix these things and push them, shall I? Right. Boom. So there. So now the limit switches are slightly neater. Let's see if it helps. Oh, gotta refresh. Thanks for noticing. Okay, so okay, looks good to me. Okay, static item N, you betcha. Right, you gotta have static item N. Then submenu N should be okay. Meanwhile, foam cutter stuff, how did we do? Hey, cool, everything is good. It's just added, just got added in and stuck at the top. Better here, frankly. I mean, I don't know. Call me kooky, but I think this is better. If not define zmin, define it. Not define zmax, define it. Get it out of the way. So therefore, it requires something like a z-stop pin, essentially. But you could define a zmin pin. You could define a zmax pin. If you didn't define a stop pin, then we'll look and we'll give you a min and we'll give you a max for your I and your J. I feel like, if you're picking these two, they're arbitrary. 42 is just an aux pin. Why pick 42 as your min versus 40 as your max? These are just two arbitrary aux pins, and so why do that? You're gonna have one or you're gonna have the other. I would say they can both be equal to each other, in fact, and I would even say define a stop pin instead. Just do it that way. And if you want 42 and 40 as your preferred, then start with that. Do like this. I stop 42. No J, stop pin, no problem. 40. Then what happens is you get down here and it just doesn't get assigned because it's something that happens elsewhere. And 42 and 40 are fine choices. I don't know. Wow, are we still failing checks at this point? I'm sad. Sad face. Let's see, what else did I do wrong? Oh, to access enum, yeah, I see. Gotta remember to do that. There it is, access enum. Boop. All right, no, is that what I just fixed? Is that what I just fixed? No, this is what I just fixed. All right, here we go. Oops. Guess I should do my test compiles before I upload, but I'm lazy. I wanted to do other things instead of compile. Won't. Won't. Oops. I kind of meant to not do that. Can I undo that? Ah! Where'd my undo go? No, no undo. Oh. Well, that's fine. Maybe it's okay. And what else we got? Pin 18, pin 19 as well. What you're thinking? I guess I could throw that in as another suggestion. Hey, would you like pin 18? Yeah, 18. How about that one? I don't know why 4240 and 1819. Shouldn't they be, both going forward? All right, just to make things pretty. Try that. I see Z min is 18 anyway, right? Then Z max is 19. Oh, I see what's going on there. I see what's going on there. You're trying to get access to those bloody pins. You really want those pins. Preferably. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, 18 is the original one, right? So, and then the max pin, the original one was 19. Leave those be. Oh, well then in that case, you would have your 18 and 19, wouldn't you? I think that's what you're going for, right? Got them. I think that makes more sense. Then you can... I think that will make more sense. What do you think? I would say this is like a case of if there's no I stop pin, and then we define it as 18. This is a little bit wackadoo because if someone does define I stop pin, like, well, now 18 is available, so why did you mess with Z min pin that was available? Now it's not. Now you have to define a Z stop pin, right? So it looks to me like, yeah, like a Z stop pin would have to have been defined here. It looks to me like this doesn't matter anyway. Defined a Z stop pin, you wouldn't get those. Didn't. Then they will be assigned whatever they're assigned already. Anyway, so yeah. You kind of see where I'm going with the logic here. I don't know. I'm talking myself through it as much as anybody. As much as any of my buddies out there in Twitch land. How's it going out there in Twitch land, people? How you doing? I'm having some hip teas tonight. These are expensive, but once in a while I indulge. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, how do you like that buzz? That induction when you're like, all I do is touch the wire and it's like, oh. Sorry about the hum. I hope you didn't have headphones on. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna beat myself up over this forever. Please pass testing. Please. Let's go back again. The original logic here was, oh boy. Again, if there wasn't a die stop pin, then we'd pick 42 or 40, just cause. Otherwise, if there was no J, then we would use either 18 or 19. Meanwhile, this whole slew of trying to make 18 and 19 available, kind of forcing them to be available, is a little bit much. I feel like you just need, if you're just going to have 3, just use a stop, Z stop pin, and define it that way. Or maybe there isn't any Z, that's what's going on. There's got to be some kind of Z, right? Stop pin regardless, I would imagine. Well, hey, I'm a foam cutter and I don't have one, so that's what it says right there. So fine. Fine. I identify as an attack helicopter. I said, somebody said. You hear the weirdest things these days. Kids, they think they're so clever. But I guess if I've heard it, it wasn't clever, it was just repeated. Maybe it was clever originally. But then it was repeated by those who recognize the clever. I guess. I don't know. Let's see. What are we doing here? What am I doing? So here we have, yeah, submenu N, menu move V, and distance. Yeah, all good. I hope this comes out good. Looks good to me. Oh no, more bad build. What did I do now? What's this? Oh, LCD move Z apparently is mentioned somewhere. Oh, okay. Okay. So there is an LCD move Z. Fine there. We'll just have to just keep one. We'll just have to have one, I guess. So let's go back to our motion menu. We have this thing, move axis, and we'll just change it to like a Z version. Okay, so yeah, could simply do that. And then just call this. Or the other way around, but that's fine. And never does it get assigned to an axis without a thingy to Wrap it. Okay, good. Oy. Sorry about all this. This is no fun. LCD move axis N. Oh, I see. Look, it's done right here. Z. All right, so it's defined in the menu ZH. And move axis, as far as that goes, is defined in here. Okay, so yes, it does have a Marlin UI menu, and therefore that will pop up. I have to check these things. Oh, wait, maybe not. Keypad. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Looks like it might. Good. Okay. Next. Gosh. Okay, define there. Define there. Move Z. Defined here. Okay. We're all good. All right. So if LCD move Z is being called, that means Marlin UI is involved everywhere. Oh, and it's also being assigned to things. So go to screen move Z. Oh, it's a screen apparently. Go there. Okay, well, okay, well, all it does is call LCD move axis with Z axis, and that calls this, sending that, and then calls that, which calls that, passing that. And yeah, it's a rather roundabout, but it works. Sorry about that. It's hideous, but I love it. All right, menu, menu, menu. Mew, mew. The update. Yeah, there you go. Now, make it build. Yeah, again now 4240. Why do you choose those? Are those the pins that you would typically use? Why 4240? Why? You do need an I-axis, you do need a J-axis. So yeah, let's take a look at these configs. What has changed? Foam cutter configuration with a README. Okay, that's a bit weird. RC Keith foam cutter, foam cutter, foam cutter. Come on, guys. Come on. Dude. Let's take a look at this. 2. All right. to Sublime. Let's go to Sublime. Check the replay, shall we? All right, so yeah, let's reveal this. Okay. So you have a regular foam cutter, and then you got an RC Keith foam cutter. All right, so let's do this. First thing I'm going to do is reveal in Finder. Generic, sorry. Is that what it's called? The RC Keith foam cutter? It is. Let's see what the machine name says. Custom machine name. Foam cutter. Okay. I don't know what to say except maybe this is a 4-axis hot wire CNC foam cutter by RC Keith. Okay, well it is RC Keith's. You have the website. Relocate. Meanwhile, let's take a look at these tests here. What do we have? Foam cutter. Oops. I'm not going to look at the SAM framework anytime soon. Foam cutter. Is this used anywhere? It's not. It's not used in any of the tests. So I don't know if I want to run a test with it yet. What are we looking at here? Foam cutter. Oh yeah, these are all done. Don't. Okay, so we got that one. We got RC Keith. Here we go. Foam cutter 2021. How about that? Might as well be consistent. All right, so here we have that and that. All right. Okay, now let's take a look at how it compares to the generic configurations. So that's what I always have to do, is just see what all the changes are. And to do that, we simply copy over the contents of those two files by hand, and then we look. And we'll just be very careful not to break anything. So here he's got an I-axis, a J-axis. He's renamed them with A and B. Oh wait, no. U and doesn't rotate and V doesn't rotate. Or does it? Right. No extruders, no temp sensors, looks like. There it is, it's got foam cutter XYUV enabled. I have to look at that because that's one of the settings that isn't yet merged, or if it is, it's like exactly where it belongs. Something. Oh, okay, well. Okay. Articulated robot arm, huh? I don't think that actually matters to our stuff here. Yeah. Oh, I guess there is something called articulated robot arm. Okay. And well, we don't. We're not really. We don't have an option for articulated requirement here, do we? Interpreting feed rate, like Linux CNC, would require inverse kinematics. We pretend that motors sit on a mutually orthogonal. Let's assume. Oh, I already have assume. Somebody's banging at late at this hour. I mean, I appreciate that somebody's banging because it ain't just me. It was not one of those boyfriend-girlfriend things. They always get a little messy. And I have to dodge bullets. I'll be right back. Well, hello, I'm back. Apparently it's just a bunch of Utes having some Utes stuff on a Friday night, or Saturday morning, I guess it is now. But yeah, hey, it's what Utes do when you're a Ute, you gotta do the things that Utes do. Gotta be a Ute. Why, when I was a Ute, I used to do all kinds of youthful things. Like chewing your ear. Sorry. All right. Nobody likes this stuff, but here it is. Did you ever see this, the way that Marlin ended up? Oh my God. Every time I have a new idea, oh, this will fix things up. It completely tweaks the code and it turns into something else. But once in a while it works pretty well and you can get some neat results. Like I did all this stuff with these funky macros that consolidate everything with your axes, so you end up with a lot of things like this. So you could imagine this actually could be some girl out there is screaming like strangely. I don't know. That was what was bothering me. It's like she just had a crazy voice, and I was like, okay, well, she's obviously just annoying. But yeah, they're really drunk, and Utes, right? Utes and their alcohol. I don't know how it is now, but there was like this whole phase where like, you know, kids were into binge drinking and stuff, and it wasn't during. I think it was like sort of between my generation and maybe the current one. I think the current one's pretty responsible, but who knows? It's hard to generalize. I don't like to generalize. Or do I? Okay, so anyway, this would be a case where I could do something like, oh, well, I could make a, like in this case, wait, if block steps, like, yeah, these are actually, I don't need to do any of this. Like, see how it's, if it's all of the axes, right? X, Y, Z, I, J, K, U, V, and W. The one problem is that it does, since it doesn't include E, like, I can't just go, oh, like, well, it's block steps, Boolean. Like, I would love to be able to do that. Um, but I have to be able to eliminate the E part. That's not one of the things I can do without, at least not with this, like, as it is. It'd be nice to add that as a type thing. Excuse me. Like actually mention dot, you know, um, base axes or whatever. I don't know exactly how we define the axes now. They're no longer linear. Yeah, linear or rotary. We wanted to be clear about that, I guess. So instead of calling them just, linear axes, I just end up calling them main axes or whatever. So, and then you have the extruders. So I don't know what else you'd say except they're not extruders. I guess you could call them move axes. Maybe that would be I don't know, positional axes, because I don't know, E still counts. Project URL, that's fine. Usually README is cool. So let me see. Oh, I was looking at the differences between Keith's thing before I got digressed. Diverted. Is that a word? Digressed? It is now. So okay, J, it does disable J and I. So IJ, IJ, IJ. Cool, I'm not seeing anything here. Oh, wait, we do want to bring this in and this. Because we're doing this is modifying the bug fix, as it were. So we want to make sure that. So those are cool. The one thing I would change here is one thing I would change here. Okay, I want to keep those lines. Then just bring these over here. Get neat. It just makes it easier to read these things, you know, come across them. And then this thing is whatever it was, so we'll go with, typically I would just, yeah, okay, it needs a space, so we'll give it a space. Oh, that's interesting. So if I was backing up, yeah, that's what it used to be. Oh, I see. I see what I'm doing, so it's okay. Coming back off post. And then, oh, axis relative modes. See, I'm gonna need to put another space in that one. Boop. So yeah, just general cleanup. Real basic stuff. Okay, and that goes in. Again, it's a bug fix thing. Hey, cut that out. Bug fix thing. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I neatened up a comment at one point. And again with this one. And again with this one. CNC drilling cycle not ready. Hope it will be sometime. I feel regretful that I don't get more of these bigger features together. And then this thing can go in and good. Those are all fine. Custom menu. I like that we have custom menus in a couple places now. It'd be cooler if I just had like custom menus and you could just define as many as you want, like up to like, oh, I don't know, 50 or something. And then they would just label them, you know, you could say, where do you want it? Main, config, whatever, and then you're defining them in one place. But I don't know, it's kind of neater now that you have like, you know, it forces you to categorize them, so that's not so bad. So yeah, so I just say bring up to date. Boom. And then all the other changes can go away. I believe that's right. Yeah. Boop. So I feel better about that. Let's take a look, shall we? So yeah, these go together. So we just tweaked that one. Got that readme. These are brand new, which we looked at. So there's really nothing to review here. Better to include it in the main repo with some kind of config flag or as a new board. Yeah, I mean, take a peek at the other foam cutter mention. See where you're going. But axis relative, oh wait, what's the other thing I was looking at before? Foam cutter and articulated robot arm. Only mentioned once here. But foam cutter XYUV is mentioned in the Uta one. Joints are directly mapped to axes, no kinematics. Is that the case with this particular one? It must be the same for both because I almost wish you could like, this would give you a little window on the, when you have a search result like that, you could just go, oh, I want to put something here, and you could just start typing and it would be thing. Wouldn't that be neat? I have many ideas for editors, but I'm never going to get them in there. Never going to make them happen. Never. I know never say never, right? Could end up in some whole new career at the end of this thing. Like if my Patreon continues to plunge. By the way, thank you, patrons. For those of you who haven't left, yeah, I kid. It's been a little tough time right now, and yeah, it went down hundreds all of a sudden, and I don't know when that happened. I just So, yeah, it's one of those things. It's the weather. Um, Fortunately, my expenses are very few, taking care of my needs here. Uh, Generally speaking, this place is probably more expensive than one person. You know, it needs to be for one person, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, it's a combination workshop living space, so you know, I'm not paying for both for the time being, and I prefer to work solo, as many do. That's the generic one. So my thought is, if we're gonna have that foam cutter XYUV thing as an option at all, I mean, it's sort of like we have examples, and I didn't want to separate them at the top level with more folders, like Cartesian, Scara, Delta up at the top. It would make some sense, though, to have Delta up at the top and then Scara, etc. Except that, we did them by manufacturer. So some manufacturers actually make both deltas and non-deltas. So it was kind of, good to have them here. But actually, if we did that, it would be much easier. But if you do look under delta, you'll see there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can see any cubic is repeated after all. So yeah, I think it would be good to change the arrangement maybe for the next version of Marlin, at least where these are in relation to each other. Because why not, right? Why not? Gotta, keep moving with the times. Scara is also down here. And there's also something like a Scara, a Tipara. Yeah, there's your Scara and there's your Tipara. So these could all move up to a higher level. And then examples here would end up being Cartesian, or I don't know. I hate to change the name from examples. Default, but I guess it would be Cartesian. I don't know. Might just leave it examples and then just still move them up and say examples, and then next to examples is delta, blah, blah. But I don't know. If you go digging, though, I don't know. Do it in the next release. How about that? We'll keep it simple. Won't bother with it right now. The other thing was that this has articulated robot arm, which again are simply mapped directly. And as far as that goes, like that was as many axes as you want, but you have to specify them. So assume that motors such on mutually orthogonal axes, and assume and let's pass that. And we can think of distance. Can I see what you mean by could? But yeah, in English, can is fine there. Even though it's present tense, it implies future tense. Can think in the future. Could, well, can and could are very similar, I guess. They're kind of interchangeable, aren't they? You can play with those. Play with those words, man. I think it's clear. We can think of distance as magnitude of an n vector in an n-dimensional Euclidean space. Yeah, fine, but strictly speaking, whatever you're moving with these things in terms of steps has got to do whatever it's got to do. So you could have external kinematics, like clearly. You could just say move this axis to its position, whatever. But I don't know, if you're using XYZ, typically what you want to do is you want to move the thing in space, but yeah, see what you're saying in here as far as for interpreting feed rate like Linux CSC requires inverse kinematics. Well, no, it doesn't necessarily. You just need to have some sense of how far everything is going, right? Which we always do. So at some late time, like one thing you could conspire to do is to have a feed rate of 0 all the way up until the planner gets it. And then the planner gets a chance to decide for some reason, or maybe it's something that, for certain types of robots, the planner would always decide. And in this case, it would decide it based on it would be a feed rate based on relative to distance or something along. And yeah, it could, I guess it wouldn't really happen. Well, it can happen at certain parts of the planner, for sure. But yeah, you could definitely do that, and all it is an n-dimensional Euclidean space. Well, you just take those things and you square them all, add them all together, and take the square root of their final result. I don't think you need to do anything else. Squaring them is right, because each pair of coordinates each coordinate has its own two plane. So, oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that. Yeah, we gotta make spacing a little bit right, square x plus square y, and then max square plus square y, square I plus square j. Well, you know what, actually? Oh, I see what's going on there. So we could say, right, so here anyway, we're in steps land here. I don't know, I'm losing my thread. Just, the code gets me, man. Return the largest move from either x, y, or ij, right? So basically, it's picking a plane, x, y, or ij, under the case of the 4-axis or the 5-axis kinematics. Meanwhile, we have this articulated robot arm being added as well. Yeah, so I don't think it would. Well, I guess obviously it does. But the thing is, you should know ahead of time. Like the machine that's generating your G code should have some sense, certainly, of the feed rate that's needed to move in Euclidean space. Feed that to the machine. Now, it may not be perfect. I know that in the case of a SCARA, for example, yeah, you need to continually modify the feed rate. Like that's not a not a simple thing. So yeah, and then so that's kind of cool. So the direct moves are better, right? Always direct moves. Linear moves are tricky, and kinematic moves, of course, are even trickier. So yeah, I hope I've gotten around the right way here, but I think the idea was not to find Z min pin. Right, so again, I think these may do the trick, but I hope they're simple. I hope that keeps it simple. Was there something else I needed to do? Oh, Bring up to date. So yeah, these don't need to be evaluated again. I just need to look at them here. Oh, I'm convinced they're good. I don't know what I want to do about the, for the time being, it's still a work in progress, I guess. But where do we keep belt printer? Belt printer. That's in configuration, so I would actually want to I want to move it here. Foam cutter. Where are you? Foam cutter. There you are. Where are you? In my configuration. You're not? What? What? Maybe I've not looked at the right thing. No, that's right. So call this Miss Cleanup. And yeah, what? Did I miss something? Home cutter is not in the configuration. Well, it needs to be added, man. Find build printer. So yeah, I'm gonna move it to, move these. Oh, they're right there. Okay, good. That's where they belong. Essentially where they belong. Right after polar graph. Right, for a hot wire cutter with parallel horizontal axes, XI, where the heights I'm just trying to balance this comment a little bit here, of the two, where I think this might do it, ends are controlled by parallel axes, YJ. Joints are directly mapped to axes with no kinematics. Ah, similar to the robot arm, but the robot arm is crazy. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're the same. Maybe. Essentially, are they? Well, nah. Yeah, distance square. Distance square. So yeah, you always want the distance square. So that's correct. Yeah, I don't know why I was tripping over that, because like this is what we're getting here is basically the square of all these axes, and then eventually you'll take the squirt of the square and you'll be good. Alright, so I want to add these as options. Add options as standard, you know, I mean, we don't have to hide them. They're not, delta is a little weird. I don't know why. We kind of have hidden delta behind a wall, but considering how big the configurations ended up getting, almost no point. You should just have a separate config file or something this is the delta config file. If delta is enabled, then this will be included. And maybe that's a way to go, but that, I don't know. Not a big file in itself, and that's kind of why it has been separated the way it has. But it is a little more tricky to keep it in sync with the other configs. I have to watch that, but it's not too hard because I use a search and replace method. So like if things are missed, it's only because something got misformatted. So let's fix these. Oops, fix the. Should I put a hyphen here? Directly mapped. I feel like that's fine. Directly mapped, because it makes you want to say directly mapped. Directly mapped. Okay. And to make sure that these are all mutually exclusive as well. And again, there's this. Ooh, look at that pretty header. Yeah, let's go down to the kinematics here. Build printer, polar graph. Oop. Robot arm. Oh, here we can get rid of this. Articulated robot arm. What that? Joints directly mapped to axes with no kinematics. I keep wanting to put that hyphen in there, man. It's really hard to avoid. You feel that? You feel that tug? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, let's see. Is it a semantic thing? I'm a language geek, I guess, is what it came down to. They thought I was a gifted kid, or at least they wanted to mess with me. Screw with me for the rest of my life by labeling me as a gifted kid and then having me have to try to live up to that idea. With no money, no connections. But yeah, figure it out. You figure it out. I found my way through the dank weirdness of this world to this place, which we call Marlin. Friday night, Saturday morning. Things are weird in Austin, Texas. Okay, I feel better about that. Let's call that anything that has, well, I'll do it in the other window. Anything which has this in it should be made to have this crap in it. The way between those two things. And I kind of want to do that using VS Code because, again, it's really ridiculously slow. In using other methods. I know this seems like it would actually be slower to go through all this rigmarole, but no. Really, really slow. Oh, that configuration's right. Yeah, there we go. Over 300 dated on disk, as you would expect. And yeah, I could have done something similar in the probably through the console. There's a lot of tools that I have not explored. Like honestly, my file management skills are ridiculous right now. I need a tool that I can use, and I've been looking at a couple command line tools for just basically organizing your duplicates, finding duplicates and dealing with them. And I have a lot of issues of like multiple copies of Marlin or different things around, different old projects, and I'm like, which one's newer? So if I can compare them and basically delete all the, figure out which file is which folder is the newer folder. Oh, there's that weird tooltip issue. And we'd figure out which folder is the newer folder, and basically just delete everything from the folder that's already in the older folder. And then I have some sense of what's updated. When you're talking about multiple repository copies, that gets trickier. I'm going to have to figure that one out. I know how to make a remote, that is a local on your file, on your local file system, so you can be like pointing at, mystery remote 1, mystery remote 2, and they'll show up in this list here under branches. Instead of upstream, it'll say, my copy or whatever, slash branches, and it'll show you all the things that are in that Git repository that you put over here. So you can pull things in and then delete them from the old one, and then eventually the old one will be empty or whatever. So you can do that. You can use this tool, this very tool, to do that. It's just a big hassle to actually go through them. So if you do have multiple copies, so basically I'm down to only like 2 working areas that I've had to deal with. So I think I'll be able to manage them, figure it out. And then, yeah, let's add these in. I guess these are, new multi-axis options, I guess we'll call them. Machines types. And I'm just going to go with, what was the per? Was this one? So I won't put the full link in, even though I should, because I know that eventually GitHub is going to update this to show these links correctly. Even though right now they do not. Oh, see, I'm going to go to configurations, which is the wrong place. But someday they will go to the right place. I know they will. So, what is it? What is it? What is it? Okay, I think I feel good about that. Means I'm going to have to probably press it all together. Do that. Oop. I mentioned it. That message should show up. There it is. Add configs for foam cut. Okay. Did I mess that up? No, I didn't. I did it right. Just again, see, it's like, wait, is that what I meant? No, that's right. It has the right mention. This is what I meant to look at. Okay, so with all these machine types, I have to tell it, hey, you can't select belt printer at the same time as other things. So let's make sure that's managed. Right. Tricks. If many, I actually made a many macro. Find many. Count enabled is greater than 1. So yeah, many. Belt printer. Here goes nothing. So I think actually it wouldn't be a Core XY if it's a belt printer. I'm pretty sure it can't be a Core XY at the same time, but don't quote me on that. Maybe it does turn it into a Core XY. All right, let's look for it everywhere. See, it doesn't do a whole lot. Because it is well, let me look at the actual config where it's enabled just to make things simple. CR30, by the way, still the only one that we support, but I would love to see more come in. So right now, yes, this is the one, and it is a Core XY. So yeah, with a belt printer, you got to specify some other kit. But you wouldn't necessarily have to, because it could be driven by a regular XY. So yeah, but your Z motion is going to be funky either way. So that's the thing, or your linear motion. So I would suggest that belt printer, holograph, these others can't be enabled at the same time. That. Let's deal with the ones that cannot be enabled simultaneously. All right, here we are. Hey, look at there they are. Hey there. So let's go back to this. Right. Articulated robot arm. Got to be added. Or foam cutter. X, Y. So yeah, that's good. And then if belt printer, I guess you don't have to specify core. XY or anything, but you probably can't do core Z, I'm gonna guess. Like that would be bad. But I don't know. I gotta look at the belt printer again and see and just make sure. Good, I'm pretty sure that belt printer, like we don't do anything special with it. Like Z is moved as a Z. But that's kind of the thing, is it's moved as a Z. And home's Y before X, so it very much expects, well, no, and not define home Y before. Then it does enable home Y before X. Okay. Well, I guess it could be defined as false, so you could specify that if you wanted. But it is a better idea, I believe. Believe me. Okay, so yeah, just needed to add the one thing to that list. That was it. Look at me all worried. It's fine. Okay, and then etc. I guess. It's an etc. etc. And etc. etc. Might as well cancel the test as quickly as possible. So yeah, it's interesting that all this other stuff fell in, but now it's like, see, I thought I'd be just patching up some bugs, but got a little bit of more than I bargained for. The fix for the arcs makes me so happy though. G2, G3 is like so much more efficient, and you can get such nicer curves and stuff. And I don't know that I've really ever taken advantage of it for any reason. I thought a lot about some of the things you could do in small spaces, either, and as you get bigger circles and smaller circles, the issues you have. You divide them up into too many segments, then you get too small segments, so you have to balance a minimum segment size between a preferred size for a circle. And so that was what the whole rework of the arc stuff, the arc configuration was about. And this further stuff that came in earlier that I was looking at, yeah, that further really improves things a lot. And especially in the interaction with junction deviations, like you can pull your hair out for months over stuff like that and not really quite understanding what's going on, but it just takes one person to really look at it closely and analyze it, and that just makes me so happy. I wish it had been me. But gosh, I've been so doing this kind of thing. I don't know, the last couple of days just staring at walls, letting my brain rest. But it is coming together really well. I'm very pleased. So I guess I could go with this too. Clean this up a little bit. I feel like I want to put XYZ in out of order, man. Case X, case Y, case Z. Do that kind of thing. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. So silly. Okay, there. Fine. You could also do this. Then you'll do a formatter later and it'll completely mess it up. That's the thing. It's like I did want to make this entire code base is, for the most part, human formatted. Like, and the reason for that I was very kind of adamant about early on, and it really kind of annoyed me, threw me off my balance completely for a minute. Early in the process of this was just trying to use an automated. My tongue is broken. Automated formatting. Automated formatting. Because yeah, it was just like never produced the results you really want. And it would, mess up things like you tried to align a comment here with a comment above, and it didn't know what you meant. And if you tried to, like, I would love to optimize this by using tabs, but they're a problem. They're just a problem. I like tabs because they take up less space, and for languages that force you to use them, that's great. That's great. If you don't use the right type of tabs, it tells you, and it won't even compile. So that's awesome. That forces people to do the right thing, and it makes things neat, which in a way is fine. But I'm not exactly super fond of languages that require a certain type of tab formatting. Either way, I decided on this to go with 2 spaces instead of tabs. And 2 spaces is a good compromise because it doesn't, suddenly go way over. I feel like 4, just feels like going in too much sometimes. And then if you want to do, I don't know, and it's easier to just go tap tap than it is to tap 4 times on the ceiling. So it just works out better, honestly. So yeah, that's kind of the end of that story. Just worked out better, man. And then there were the questions of things like, do you put braces at the end of lines or on every brace on its own line? Do you always make, do you avoid one-liners like this? Like, this is a whole program right here. But a for loop with, braces and 2 lines inside, I mean, I feel like things like this are fine. They're expressive because you can look at it and immediately see on the whole line. It's a self-contained thing, what it does. It may not be, like if you see this a lot, you'd want to call something maybe, but I don't feel like it's needed here. It's fine. There are other ways to do this, but, obviously. The thing is that if you're working with a code base with a source control system like Git, Yeah, it's better in some ways to have everything have its own line, to have every declaration have the type at the beginning of the line and have a single declaration on every line. The idea being that when you add and remove things, it just makes things much simpler because you'll always have these sort of like, blocks that are always whole lines. So, you know, with at the expense of losing vertical space. And so when you want to look at code, see more code, you have to kind of, which is fine. I mean, that can work. Um, Whatever works for you. I know a lot of people love to work with small code like this and just like, they can do this all day. I could almost do this all day. If the screen was 120 hertz, 240, I would do this all, it wouldn't matter. But this isn't the greatest screen. It works fine. Yeah. So overall, and so you had to sort of decide formatting behaviors and rules, and so it's sort of being decided as we go all along, and then try to conform other things to it. Others have tried to integrate things that have been like really spacey, like a lot of this kind of vertical alignment stuff. In one case, for arguments in similar functions that had different arguments choices, and I was like, yeah, I actually find that difficult. Believe it or not, I actually find that more difficult to see. And it was strange because it's like, yeah, it's nice and neat. Vertically, everything lines up, but at the same time, it's like, oops, they just something about the logic that it didn't seem right looking at it that way. I don't know. So I don't know. Each time you find your way. That's interesting. It just doesn't look so great. You want to do this, right? Here you want to go. Here you want to go like this. Then here you're like, oh, those equals is in there really bugging me. So yeah, you end up going right back to where you were with. Oh, I don't know, maybe this. You can go like this too. The middle now. Not quite though. That minus. Oh, oh. So yeah, it should be right under the dB, right? Difference that'll just let you know right away what's going on. It's cool. It's cool. But yeah, you can see this is indented, and so yeah, you could imagine. Well, maybe if I outdent this, it'll give the impression that these at a lower level, and remind us that this is outside of that. In the same way that this is also at a higher level. See, this the shorthand, color, form, shape, all that stuff. Tell you things. How long that ugly line is. R. See, that's a nice continuation point. I'll even think of that. I'll be like, at the end of the line, there should be a word that forces you to just continue. Linear axes A, B, and C are what? Rotational axes. Then, we don't have to say that. Dx, y, z are the displacements of the primary linear axes. Du, dv, oh my goodness, so many ends. Killing me. I know a lot of semicolons are not beloved of everyone, but I also know not a lot of people like ternary expressions either. Guess what? You're getting them all. Du are the displacement of the linear axis. Okay. Oh, I see. Maybe I do want that then here. Then I'm putting a colon on it. I'm calling it. It's a colon. Assume colon. Go with assume that. Right. Assume. Or you could go with this kind of thing. I'm keeping the semicolons. You're not getting me away from that. Then yeah, see, it's more readable, man. I don't care if it's vertically bigger. I mean, it's a big old comment anyway. Here for a reason. Raison. The raison is to be read. Dites-moi, it says. What is it? Regardez-moi. Regardez-moi, s'il vous plaît. The time it takes to execute move command with feed rate F is D divided by F, where D is the total distance calculated as follows. D squared equals dx squared plus dy squared plus dz squared. Oh, sorry. Should I be like day squared? I don't even know what you say in French for squared. Anyway, excuse me. It's probably a longer word, like circumflex. It's one of my favorites. You tell I took a little French in school. Before I took it out, I really liked making French accent sound. Because of Monty Python, I think they ruined me. I'd get into class and I'd sound like Maurice Chevalier. Oh, it never was that bad, honestly. I do kid. Still, thank heaven for little girls. Oh, see, now I want to put that as there, but now I don't. This is confusing. It is a conundrum. All right. So yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell what is code and what is not code. Like, look at this. Hey, check it out. I've got if statements separated by commas inside of a macro. And look, here's a macro inside of a macro in one of the conditions. Why not? Hey, right? If you like code, you like metacode. That's what this is. This is metacoding at its finest, or yeah, metacoding. There's other names for it, but it's one of my favorite names is metacoding. Because I know people who are obsessed with like anything meta, man. Here you could do something like this. Has wired if defined XY frequency limit. Alright, so that enables that. Or what has wired LCD. Interesting. Oh, I remember. Yes, we keep track of the segment times so that we can make sure that the display doesn't try to update when like, things need to be done. Basically because it can mess up with the timing of everything. It's not that it messes up the timing of like the steppers or the ISR or anything like that. Those run great. It's the fact that the planner code is in the same thread as the LCD update. So if the planner is like getting chugged through and all the blocks in the planner are being eaten through, then this planner starvation happens, and so the current segment actually comes to a full stop. because there's no segment to join to. So if the planner isn't constantly being fed, then it's missing out on joining aspect. Might be possible to do some kind of a pre, you know, fix for that where it like at least keeps the speed. The thing is, if there's nothing to join to, then yeah. Another possibility is, so basically what happens is it doesn't it does what's called juddering, which is basically stopping and starting, stopping and starting. So it'll start, eat up all the segments and stop again, and so it has to you know, so basically you actually have to slow down to prevent that. It's a weird counterintuitive thing, but another thing that helps it is to not update the display for a period of time until the planner is caught up and gotten more segments in it. And that usually doesn't take much time. So that's another possibility for us, is to like say, have the display say, I really want to update. And, you know, each time it comes back to it, it'll be like, can I update now? Can I update now? And it would just finally say, oh, well, the planner's got stuff in it, so yeah, sure. I mean, what can we do? At this point, this is the best it's going to get. But what we also do is we throttle. We end up doing this throttling thing, which isn't the kind of throttling I would almost like it to slow down the machine when it gets to a point like this, just to keep it moving, keep it smoothly doing its thing, but just, you know, slow down. I got a really good deal on a robot vacuum, used one recently, and I'm obsessively watching it go around, kind of the same way I was obsessively watching 3D printer machines in their early days of RepRap, going, oh my God, what's it doing? Why is it choosing to go that way? What's it thinking? You know, like just trying to understand the algorithms that Alessandro and others had put together with their slicers. And it was just like, wow, very fascinating stuff to watch it go, watch the robot go. And at points, though, what it does is it, you know, comes to a place where it's not sure or something, and it kind of slows down, gets near a wall or an edge, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to slow down here. And yeah, it does a remarkable job of that sort of thing. Just like, you know, or maybe it's seeing a dirty spot, I don't know. But it does a good job of doing that, and you know, I feel like it's like almost like having a pet. So the similar thing I think Marlin could do, you know, is just have, and there used to be an option called slow down, um, and I don't know that what if it did exactly that same idea, but that's kind of what I would think to do, is if you see the planner starting to like have trouble keeping up, and starting to fall behind, and or whatever, it's, you know, it's not being filled, then you just simply reduce the feed rate by, you know, 1%. Then you just, you know, keep doing that for each segment that comes in that's like giving you trouble, 1%, 1%, or whatever. Maybe you could even do 2%, 3%, something like that. And not so much that it over, you know, the machine's going to be like suddenly grinding to a halt. But the other thing is, though, even if you do decide to have it, you know, suddenly change speed between one segment and another, it'll do a nice, you know, according to your settings, it'll do a nice deceleration. Of course, if you're using you know, some type of slicer that likes to insert its own speeds and stuff, it might decide, oh, well, this thing's going to be cruising, so I might as well set the acceleration really high or something like that. Then you might have troubles, but I have a feeling like most of the time it doesn't do that, you know, and most of the time you'd be safe to, especially in these types of cases, you have a lot of small segments. So it's usually on curves that these things happen, and that's where the juddering is most often experienced, is places where there's curves, sometimes in places where something crosses a boundary line. Uh, when that boundary line is crossed, it creates a tiny segment that's too small. In the case of Unified Bed Leveling has a bug like that right now, where if you don't turn on the segment leveled moves option with it, then you'll get weird juddery moves like that. Those are just a case of not being able to join one move to the next and missing where it's actually supposed to be. And I don't know how that ultimately manifests, but it would seem to me like it would totally, you know, You could end up going this way when you want to go that way, and so it ends up having to go. You could imagine things. So, anywho, yeah, as I poke through this code and look at it, I mean, we do like our ternary expressions. Hope that's okay with everyone, but this to me is like I have no trouble reading this, but I can see why others might have difficulties. But it basically means if this is true, you get this, otherwise that. And that's how we always write our if statements for the most part. If X is true, blah, otherwise blah. The other thing I've been doing a bit is using ternaries like this, which I don't know if you've seen these much, but this is actually valid syntax. And it's just a case where, give me the value of count, but if it's 0, give me something else. So that's all that does there. Give me the count, or if it's 0, give me -1. Never mind, I don't want a 0. Give me a -1, or something like that. But it always reacts to 0 or false. So it's like, in the case of false, give me this. In the case of 0, give me this. So you can see here, for example, very handy, like we often send something like feed rate 0 to mean you pick the feed rate function, well, you worry about it. And so when we get to this function, it says, okay, well, if I'm 0, if I'm me, if I'm non-0, I'll just take my value, but if I'm 0, I'll take this one, manual feed rate. So it actually kind of looks neat there. Maybe it's not neat everywhere, but I tried to use it and kind of get people in floating around the code base a little more used to seeing it. And it does make things neat. And you can see it's most often used with feed rate. Or a string. Here's a case of one where it's like, oh, you didn't send a message? Well, I'll use this default message. And you can think of it that way, If 0 is your, give me a default, then you can use this as your method to get that value, your default value. So very fun playing with the code base overall and making it better. So when I did this articulated robot stuff, oh yeah, a little more cleanup. A little more cleanup, just because. Now, originally, this contained up to and including this stuff. So it modified the menus a bit. So it did the menu stuff. Did some pin stuff. Okay, so did the pin stuff, did some menu stuff. Also, it only has up to June 10th? No, June 7th. So I should probably bring in a little more of the latest stuff. Do that. Git merge, upstream bug fix 2.1. Merge. No idea if this helps at all to shorten these messages, but save a tree. Maybe I'll save a tree. Little lifestyle changes like this, they will make no difference whatsoever. I kid. It's important not to choke a turtle if you can help it. But we need big, 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 big systematic changes to get rid of the planet choking problem we have. X. There, that feels better. Indented. Having a default in a switch statement is nice because then it doesn't complain ever. Hopefully. Okay, so this bit, yeah, this is the only part that makes me like, okay, I know that I got it right, but did I get it right? Main axis map, that's a new macro. That takes this macro and repeats it for all the main axes. So that's why it's got this blah axis, static item and blah axis. Yeah. And you could imagine I could do the same thing here, actually. Yeah. I just said that, didn't I? Guess I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. Okay, give me this. Um, From Z to the shining Z. Sorry. IJKUVW. There's a way around this. I just can't remember how. Oh, I know. Wait, no. Yes? No. Yes. I got it. I'm going to call this one case or and submove. Submove. There you go. And it's going to have this in it. Boom. And we'll keep that semicolon at the end because that's important to repeat or whatever. And yeah, I can do this kind of thing. I can say repeat, and then I can say sub 3. Like I just want x, y, z. So I'll subtract 2 from num axes. Repeat that. This thing that many times. That'll be that. I can put a semicolon on the end to make the parser of the certain dumb parsers happy. Now, the only part that I'm missing is I have to say n spark axis. Now if I get rid of these, it's exactly the same thing. Hard to believe, but yes, that's exactly the same. Metaprogramming, right? It's not exactly C++ like voodoo or anything. I love template stuff. That's really fun. And if this stuff was all built in a manner like with your, standard template libraries and things like that, which I would like to try doing that, like actually get the code base and try, pick apart a piece of it and rewrap it in standard template methods and, just, and of course it'll be 32-bit only because you wouldn't really be able to do all that kind of allocation, deallocation on a small board. But, build it for the bigger boards. And then you'd have, and your 32-bit boards in general. The thing is, there's so much to this that it's like you could never do it all. You just never could. But parts of it you could, certainly. And that's the thing is you can mix and match with C++. So you could, say, take a part of this and convert it that way. But the problem really becomes like all the data structures, suddenly you want to convert them into like standard template library stuff. And yeah, that they're very cool, but they also have their own, they're an entire world unto themselves as well. And so it's like, yeah, I'll go take a class on STL, immerse myself in STL for a while until I really, 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 really have a sense of what I would pick and choose and use. And then bring some people on who know what they're doing, that kind of thing. But yeah, it would be an exercise ultimately. I mean, if you think about it, you could sit down anytime, write your own stepper library, which people have done, build up on it and think, and looking at Marlin and look at the problems we've run into and how we've dealt with them, and then think about how your solution might deal with those problems. How would you have all the different types of, say, extruders that we have, like mixing, or I don't know. There's various things that we definitely have that involve not necessarily multiplexing. Well, there might be multiplexing, but you know, if the extruder is this, then it goes backwards, otherwise it goes forward. Things like that, and so it changes the stepper direction. And things like that have to be, packaged in some kind of form where it's, and if you try to generalize it too much, it can be tough. I mean, well, that's always a challenge, isn't it? We did generalize a lot of it, but the more general you do, the more RAM you're tempted to use, and so forth. Um, we've tried to really, really avoid that with this. Use as little as possible and pre-allocate it up front, with the exception of more recent like LCD code, which just willy-nilly does a lot of allocation and stuff. Kind of tend to trust it okay, it's not, I haven't seen it leaking. Might be okay. Anyway. Well, I said I wouldn't be up too late, but here we are. What a night. But hang out again soon. More of this stuff. I think I'm gonna get this done, merge it, and yeah. The other thing I'll do is put up things to reduce the echo. Put them all on that wall because that's where my desk used to be, and now it's like pointless. Might help with the printers though. So I don't know. Also, these things are middling. If you just get a blanket and put it up, even that is enough to do a lot. You don't necessarily have to go crazy. I enjoyed them though. They're cool looking, right? But yeah, more of those might help. All right. See you guys soon.